and welcome to all of you. I would like to ask the working group to please introduce themselves, starting here on my right.
Hello, I'm Dan McElhenney with Caltrans.
Tom McInerney with San Anselmo.
Dan Hilmer, Mayor, City of Larkspur.
Brad Marsh from the beautiful city of Larkspur.
Alice Fredericks, Vice Mayor, Town of Tiburon.
Katie Rice, Board Supervisor, Ross Valley. Diane First, Mayor, Town of Corte Madera.
Carla Compton, Town of Corte Madera.
And Gary Phillips, Mayor of San Rafael.
Thank you, and welcome to everyone. I'd like to move now to the second agenda item, which is to approve the draft minutes from the meeting of July 22nd. Are there any additions or any corrections? A second?
Second.
Any objections? The minutes are approved. We'll move now to the agenda review. Let me just briefly outline what we're doing today. We're going to be looking at potential bike and pedestrian facilities in the corridor and make some recommendations either on the elements or the project or whatever we see that we can develop consensus on. We're also going to be looking at an option that Brad March introduced last time with some revisions that will make it work really well, I hope. And with that, I would like to now also announce, with respect to agenda item number 4, that our agenda will mostly follow all the follow-up items also from previous meetings, and that includes looking at pedestrian overcrossing, the tunnels and other elements of the bike path improvements. Then we'll return to the northbound options and see what we can do to form a recommendation to the Transportation Authority of Marin. I'd like to take a small segment of agenda item number 7, public comment, out of order. I understand we have some very short members of the public who would like to speak to us and have pressing engagement. So I would ask them now to come up, and if they're speaking one by one, to reserve their comments to about a minute. Let us know what you think. And we're waiting for whoever's going to stand up. This is the children. Here they come.
Hi, we all go to Hall Middle School, and we are here to talk about how when we want to go shopping, if we don't have a ride, especially in the summer, if our parents are at work or wherever, we don't have like a ride to go shopping. It's like very scary and like difficult to pass already over the overpass because it's just you. There's no like, I guess like protector or like getting from the walking path, and then there's a small bike lane and then cars zooming past. And so it's just like difficult, I guess, to cross over there without being scared or nervous about falling.
I think everybody would feel much safer.
Can you bring mine closer to your mouth?
And I think everybody would feel much safer if we had them.
Yeah, it's really like scary to like go by yourself across that because like people, like cars go off to go onto the freeway and you have to cross that to get to like the other side, so it's like hard to.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Would the youngest members with signs like to just stand up and show us your signs? There you go. Do you know what they say? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Roger Lyle, Corte Madera. Have you
This
ever,
was just for the children. children.
Oh, just Jill, I thought it was-
There'll be a public comment later. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on now to agenda item number 5, a review and recommendation of bike and pedestrian facilities. This is an action item. We will look at this information and see what we can do to develop a recommendation to the Transportation Authority.
Thank you, Chair Phillips. Phil Whitney, Transportation Authority. David Parisi and I will be providing a brief presentation to the working group on potential bicycle and pedestrian facilities. Just like to mention, our executive director has had an emergency where she's pulled away. She will be joining us later tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to David.
Good afternoon. It's a beautiful summer day. It's finally arrived. I'm going to give a short presentation on pedestrian bicycle facilities, including a very short presentation of what exists. Also, best practices related to at-grade, grade-separated crossings. We're going to talk about some of the proposals, as well as some of the alternatives. Already presented that slide. So I'm going to first off, we're going to take a little tour around the corridor, pretty much starting up at Sir Francis Drake, where the southbound on-ramp goes across the Cordillera Creek. We'll go counterclockwise. You've seen some of these slides before, but this is, again, just to get context for the existing bicycle and pedestrian facilities in the study area. So starting on the top left, that is the eastbound ramp from Sir Francis Drake onto southbound 101. And just to the right of that, there's a narrow pedestrian pathway that gets down to about 5 feet and is over crossing the Cordillera Creek. On the top right, you can see, looking to the north, as that pathway has crossed the creek and continues down to about Lucky Drive. On the bottom right is a view of the pedestrian overcrossing from Allen Avenue, including the corkscrew ramps that go up. And on the bottom left is the transit bus stop on southbound 101 between the Lucky off-ramp and on-ramp. Pedestrians can cross the ramp to access that bus stop that's right adjacent to the highway. Continuing along the top left shows a photograph of Temple Vista Boulevard. There are, this road, as we all know, is very congested during peak times, including school peak times. It does not have bike lanes, it does have narrow sidewalks. On the top right is a photograph looking toward the west toward 101's overcrossing of Warren Drive. And you can see there, there's a pathway just on the south side, just separated by a curb, which we don't design them that way anymore because bicyclists could fall into traffic. So, nonetheless, there's a popular 10-foot wide multi-use pathway that's right next to traffic at that point. On the bottom right, this is looking at Redwood Highway, just north of Warren Drive. It got repaved just 2 weeks ago. A new bike lane was added in the northbound direction just up to Trader Joe's. And then you can see again, there's a room to continue that bike lane currently. There's bike lanes in the southbound direction on this street. The sidewalk just got added also just north of Warren Drive. So we have a continuous sidewalk now on the east side of Redwood Highway from Warren all the way down to the pedestrian overcrossing. On the bottom left, that's a photograph looking back to the south at Industrial off-ramp. And if you look real close, you can see the bus stop there. Again, it's a bus stop similar to the one on the other side of the highway that is in between the off-ramp and the on-ramp to 101. Not really a suitable location, but again, there are transit stops. Those are where they are in this corridor. And then the last montage of photographs, again, this is on the east side of 101. That's looking toward the existing pedestrian overcrossing. On the top left, top right is Redwood Highway. And looking a little more to the north, where last year a bike lane was installed and a shared lane facility on the northbound direction. There are no sidewalks on this segment of Redwood Highway. There's continuous open driveways to serve many businesses in this area. The bottom right is a photograph of the crossing on the east side of 101 that goes over Corte Madera Creek. You can see these people pushing their bike up. It's very skinny. It's hard to ride on here, particularly if somebody's coming in the other direction or there's a pedestrian. And then finally, not to forget about St. Francis Drake. This is a photograph on the north side, looking to the west, east of Francis Drake. There's a sidewalk that extends from Marshall Landing Circle and then it just ends, which is probably a good thing because there's no crosswalks or pedestrian amenities at the interchange today. So those are some of the facilities in the study area just to kind of ground everybody a little bit. We've talked a lot over the last year or so about the pedestrian road crossing, which was built in the 50s or early 60s. It does serve transit users primarily, but also some recreational users and some students. Again, this connects the two transit stops on either side of the highway, which are located over a quarter mile apart. The spiral ramps that go up and down to and from the pedestrian road crossing are about 7.5% grade, which we can't build it that way these days. It's 50% steeper grade than is allowed for current ramps to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act and to more conveniently accommodate elderly people and folks with strollers and disabled people as well. Between the two bus stops, users need to cross 3 uncontrolled roadways. All of those are on the west side, crossing Ellen. Use the pointer now. Also across Pfeiffer, which is often referred to as Lucky Drive, is actually Pfeiffer. Right here, there's no traffic light. The traffic comes off and on, and then there's another crossing right here on the on-ramp. And there's a signalized crossing to the bus stop that's located here that serves northbound people going northbound the bus. They cross right here. There's a traffic light in industrial. Scott, next slide. So that's a little bit of a background of existing conditions. I think most folks are aware of that. What I want to discuss next is some best practices related to pedestrian bicycle design. There's been many meetings talking about highway design. Highways and roadways need to be designed based on standards and guidelines that have been developed over a number of decades and retested and based on physics and driver behavior, sight lines, and all kinds of things such as that. There's manuals that are this thick called the Highway Design Manual, the AASHTO Green Book, the Manual and Uniform Traffic Control License. You name it. There's a lot of information that engineers use to design facilities, highway facilities. And believe it or not, there's a lot of literature, a lot of guidance to develop, design, pedestrian, and bicycle facilities. Anything from the AASHTO and Caltrans guides for pedestrian and bicycle networks to the recently released NACTO Urban Bikeway Design Guide, which shows some very innovative treatments that can be used. And I was honored to be asked to help develop that national guide. We also looked at best practices, not just in the States, but overseas. There's from Holland, where I actually go every year. And besides visiting, we bring as much know-how back as possible for developing bike and pedestrian facilities. So it's not as easy as it looks. It takes a lot of background, and it's something we're also very passionate about. With that, what I want to do is just give a quick intro to some best practices that pertain to this study area, no matter how different facilities are designed. And I'll focus initially on intersections, that is at grade crossings of pedestrian bicycle facilities, and move on to separated pathways, which have grade separations from roadways. Any project in the Greenbrae area should consider these best practices for intersections. And some of these are things you'll see in some of these photos actually from Rim. The top photo shows the installation of a wide, high visibility zebra type of crosswalk, which provides the greatest amount of visibility for approaching motorists with all kinds of crosswalks. It also shows to the left there a little bar that is very cheap to install in addition. It's called limit line or stop bar, which encourages drivers to stop the vehicle further back from the crosswalk. So that's something we're always trying to put in at controlled crosswalk locations. The bottom left is something old and something new. It shows a crosswalk right here. So crosswalks for pedestrians, and something new called a cross bike, which is for bicyclists. So there's some techniques that are now being used to actually create designated crossings in the street, including consideration of bicycle signals along with those. Also, another really good practice we're seeing used more and more in Marin is taking intersection curvy turns that are super wide, and they were done like this in the 50s and 60s when auto was king, to actually start narrowing them up at intersections, as shown here, which has a lot of benefits, not only slowing down turns as it crosses onto a cross street and across a crosswalk, but also providing better sightlines between motorists and pedestrians or bicyclists. On the bottom is an example of what's called a curb extension or a bulb out, and this is simply just taking an existing street corner and actually bulbing it out with concrete and planting, as shown in this example. Lots of benefits here too. It encourages drivers to slow down as they're going through an intersection. It provides a shorter crosswalk for crosswalk users. And last but not least, it also provides much better visibility between a pedestrian or bicyclist waiting to cross the street and an oncoming motorist. You'll start seeing more of other devices as well, including what's called a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. So get ready for this. The example is shown on the top there. It's a strobe that flashes with LED lights. These are 70 to 90% more effective than yellow flashing lights. This is a new thing that's been tested nationally. It's now adopted for use in California. It's wonderful for providing safer crossings of, again, uncontrolled locations, ones that don't have stop signs or traffic lights. And then for those intersections that do have stop lights, there's ways to time the signal to provide much safer crossing for pedestrians and other users. This is a photo at the bottom of East Blythedale at the Mill Valley Sausalito Trail, and you can see the walk signal is up, but the light is red. And what happens is after the button's pushed, that light comes up for about 3 to 5 seconds before the light turns green for traffic, establishing the right-of-way in the crosswalk for crosswalk users. Also at this location, after the button's been pushed, there's a yellow flashing right turn arrow to provide more guidance. Ever since this has been installed over 10 years ago, the safety record at this intersection has been phenomenal. There's other things you can do too. I should talk about prohibiting traffic movements. When you have an intersection such as this cartoon, where traffic is one way coming into it, and you have a pathway crossing in the other direction, if there's a traffic light here, and if turns are prohibited on red, particularly right turns, obviously you're not supposed to make a left turn on red, there's very, very minimal chance of any crosswalk users being hit by a vehicle. Especially if there's no right turns from the street onto the one-way street or no left turns from the street. So these are just some simple tricks and some things we do. You can combine this with something such as that leading pedestrian interval where the light comes up early, or special phasing at the intersection. These are things we should always be looking for any pedestrian bicycle design. And then last but not least, here's a real-life example of how it was applied for the Greenbrae project. An early design of Warrenham and Redwood showed a pork chop island for eastbound traffic turning south. But as I mentioned before, you can see that that would encourage higher right turn speeds. It shows a longer crosswalk. But by simply tightening things up, as was done here through design review, it slows down traffic for the right turn, it reduces the crosswalk distance, and it provides much better sight lines. So you see some of the practices that we are putting into play on this project and other projects throughout Marin. With that, I wanted to move on to shared youth pathways, because we're going to talk a lot about some designs and some alternatives today. And we'll be talking mostly about underpasses and undercrossings. Here's a couple examples. There's a rendering on top from Boulder, where I'm from, and then there's a bottom rendering that shows what they've done in Davis. It's actually an at-grade pathway, and the highway goes over it. I just want you to look real quick at that, and the bottom one particularly, and notice the trapezoidal kind of cut in that area, which really provides really nice sight lines between users, one user going one way and another coming the other direction, or even people living nearby on roadways. Bill will talk about the Central Marin Ferry Connector Phase 1. The top shows a rendering of what that will look like, and you've seen other river crossings such as the one on University Avenue, over I-80 in Berkeley. Overcrossings are a different animal than undercrossings. They have to be much higher compared to how low undercrossings need to be because of the overcrossing and the vertical clearance needed for cars and trucks, meaning the ramps generally are much longer than you would see for approach ramps on undercrossings. So, there are some principles when you're designing and planning a shared use paths. And this comes right from the Pedestrian and Bicycle Information Center, which is a clearinghouse for FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration, for all things pedestrian and bicycle, which I consult to PBIC. There's many principles. I just boiled them down to these. These, I think, all pertain to different elements in the Greenbrae project. First off, shared use paths really need to be an addition and complementary to the roadway network. That means they're not a substitute to provide access to streets and highways. Streets and highways still need to provide access for pedestrians and bicyclists, depending on their design, where the highways lead to. Obviously, shared use paths function best when they have their own right-of-way, when it's exclusive from the street hub. Shared use paths are used by a wide variety of users traveling in both directions. And this point is very critical. Design manuals of the 1970s and 80s, which were applied to many of the bikeways here in Marin actually, suggested that pathways could be designed for the excessive use, the exclusive use, in excessive, I guess in some cases, but could be designed for the exclusive use of bicycles, and sometimes just in one direction. The reality is that paths of almost any size is that they're used by a wide variety of users, including pedestrians, joggers, skaters, fitness walkers, people with strollers, disabled, elderly, people with dogs, and of course kids, small kids walking or biking to schools. The fourth point here is that shared use paths need to be connected to the transportation system. They don't exist in a vacuum. We need to provide very good connections so people can get to and from the paths. They need to be designed carefully at intersections, obviously. Extreme care needs to be taken to ensure safe, convenient, and comfortable connections. And then lastly, shared use paths should be designed based on the same engineering principles that are applied to highways. Not the same books, not the same highway designs, not the same big curved or 12-foot wide lanes, and they don't need to be mini highways. What it means is that there are principles that need to be abided by in regards to design speed, sight lines, proper grades, not too steep, proper curves, so a wheelchair user just doesn't stop in their tracks. And other geometric considerations can't be ignored just because we're talking about pathways. So what's that mean? When you get down into design, here's a bullet list of several things that need to be considered when designing a shared use path. And a shared use path is not just a bike path. A shared use path is a path that can be used by a variety of users. And the guidelines, which were developed based on years and years of research, dictate that shared use paths be a minimum of 12 feet wide. And if there's some obstructions on the side, be it walls or fences, that there's 2 feet of buffer space on each side. So that's a total of 16 feet in width for a shared use path. Regarding height, the best practice is that underneath roadways, that pathways should have at least 10 feet of vertical height. clearance. And that's also because of maintenance, getting maintenance vehicles in there, etc. In some cases, you can go down to about 8.5 feet, but that is discouraged. 10 feet is usually what you want, not only for maintenance, but also better sight lines and more comfort, especially if you're going under an undercrossing. Keep in mind that structures above an undercrossing, as shown here, are generally about 4 to 5 feet in depth. That's just for the spans and for the roadway to go over. So what you're seeing here is approximately 16 feet wide, which is 12 feet plus 2 foot buffers on each side, plus a 10 foot clearance, plus about a 4 or 5 foot structure depth. Also want to mention that shared use pathways should have a downslope and upslope of no more than 5%. Now, if you're around 5% grade, you'll even notice at 5%, that if you're going uphill for a long distance at 5%, you're pretty tired. So we discourage these 5% grades for sustained distances. They're fine to use here and there, but long distances, it's really just for hardy users. And then also, sight distances are super important. It's really important to provide really good sight lines between oncoming users on a pathway. And that's why you want to make sure that the horizontal curves, turning to the left and turning to the right, are not too sharp. You want to know what's ahead of you. Particularly if you're going downhill 5%, you don't want it too sharp because you could run right off to the curb, just like a car would. So it's really important to have curves that are wide enough to provide good sight lines and to allow you to ride a bike, roller skate, or whatever safely. And in many communities, it's really important to design a pathway that allows police and drivers to actually have eyes on the path. So there's nothing hidden along that pathway. Just provide better security. So with that, I want to now walk you through some of the enhancements that have been proposed, again, over the past year. These include things such as widening that narrow pathway that goes across Greenbrae Creek here, again, it's 4 or 5 feet wide, widening to 12 feet, providing a pathway with just a couple connections, including one uncontrolled connection across Pfeiffer here, all the way to Center Market Trail, and a continuous 12-foot pathway. What was also proposed as part of the Greenbrae draft environmental document was to take that narrow path that's on the south side of Warnham and put it on the other side of the columns of that bridge, because there's room to do that. Get it further away from traffic and make it wider. There's also proposed to provide a 12-foot pathway on the north side of Warnham also. All at grade on Warnham. We're going to talk about some grade separation ideas in a bit. And then on the east side, the draft environmental document proposed providing a 10-foot wide continuous sidewalk from Warnham all the way to this point here, where the crossing of the Port of Madera Creek, which is also super narrow, down 3 feet width today, will be widened to 12 feet to go over Port of Madera Creek. There's proposals also for Class 2, which are separated for designated striped bike lanes on Temple Vista, as well as along southbound Redwood Highway. And then finally, there's a whole bunch of pathways on the north side of Port of Madera Creek that I tend to forget about when I'm presenting, but I shouldn't, because I've used them several times already through here. But on the south side, it's pretty good. It's pretty developed, and it connects to this path here, and it connects to the one going over Port of Madera Creek. But the north side, as I alluded to before, is pretty bad. It just ends right here. The sidewalk ends today, and there's no transit connections over here today. And those were all proposed as well as part of the Greenbrae plan. This just shows, as part of that plan, some of the roadways and then where the pathways would be integrated into those. This is the southbound on-ramp over Port of Madera Creek is going to be widened to 12 feet. Southbound off-ramp to Warren Drive. This was the famous flyover with a 12-foot pathway that was proposed. There was room for that. That was safe, I think, as part of the wing-up project to actually install that even with or without an overcrossing, perhaps. The bottom right shows the northbound on-ramp to Sir Francis Drake. This is again where we have a 3-foot path over Porter Creek that will be widened to 12 feet by extending the pathway on the existing bends. And then finally, Redwood Highway, as I mentioned before, take that 4 or 5 foot sidewalk, make it a continuous 10-foot sidewalk all the way down on the east side and provide a southbound Class 2 bike lane. Redwood Highway is very constrained considering the traffic demands and the right of way on that street, so that was the option we saw there. So with that, now I'm going to move into some of the alternatives for the pedestrian overcrossing. It's been a hot issue in this project since day one. As we all know, here's our pedestrian overcrossing right at this point. It was built at the same time that the highway was built at the same time the highway was operating. But just like the highway is antiquated, it does have very sharp curves, it's very steep. It does have many crossings of uncontrolled intersections, but it is a crossing. It is a grade separation crossing of 101. And it's the only overcrossing, pedestrian overcrossing 101 in this area. To improve the highway's operations, it's been determined that widening needs to occur. Like on the sugar roads or freeway widening, both need to happen. And to abide by highway standards, to minimize the possibility of collisions, and provide congestion relief, pedestrian overcrossing would have to be removed. We looked at 4 different options shown here as A, B, C, and D, and each of these are overcrossings of 101 that could occur in different places, and they would be designed, they could be designed following current day design standards. That is 5% or less of the ramps, cross slopes, less than 2%, minimizing crossings at grade intersections, etc. Stop. So this is a little engineering, and I apologize for that, but what we're seeing here is one of the options, which this would be Porter Creek's over here, that's why I named it south of Porter Creek. This is Redwood Highway. As Redwood Highway comes up in curves today, it goes to the boardwalk, and this is where you access the path today to go over Porter Creek. This is the west side of the highway. There's an existing, as I mentioned before, pathway that comes across on the west side of the highway down to here. This is Lucky Drive that goes off in that direction. So this option A is a potential structure that would have switchbacks. And because it would be a pedestrian overcrossing, we would not design the switchbacks with big curves. This is really for pedestrians. So that's the difference. But it would have hundreds of feet of switchbacks on either side. It would provide some direct connections for users. It's just one option. If you have any questions about either technical details, including ramp lengths or potential costs, Sean, engineer from Jacobs, is here to answer those questions. Next slide. Another way this could be sliced is providing a ramp that kind of looks like this, which would be diagonally across 101. This is the Atlantic Hotel, real estate office building at this location. A ramp would come up, and then cross 101 at an angle, and then have a switchback in this area right here, which would be the curve, which is also very close to the connection that goes across, back across Porter Creek. So there's an option. Next slide. Moving to the south, here's one that would be more close, would be closer to the existing pedestrian overcrossing, but it would take up some right of way. This is industrial here. This is the Hotel. If I'm pronouncing it right. Office building right here. And you can see that it would require a ramp just to get the clearance up over Redwood Highway, over 101, and then switch back, going back. There would be right-of-way impacts here, including the gas station, including this parking lot and this lot at this location here. This would be one of the closest options that would be closest to the existing pedestrian overcrossing. Then finally, here's an option that would be south of it, and you can see the right-of-way is tighter just to the south to do anything with ramps. This is where the car wash is. This would require condemning this car wash to provide a series of switchbacks that that would be shorter to get across and over the highway to some switchbacks over this location. Again, all this will be done at a less steep slope than what the ramp is today. Anything that gets rebuilt would have to be the Americans with Disabilities Act guidelines, which all four of these show that. Next slide. All right, finally, this is the fourth part of the presentation, this last part, where Bill and I are going to talk about some of the north-south Greenbrae concepts that have been proposed and that are very intriguing. This map here shows many of the different pathways that have been either proposed as part of the draft environmental document or other studies, including the Second Bend Ferry Connector project. And what we're going to do is we're going to highlight these three boxes that just came up. The first in black rectangular box covers Warnham and some of the opportunities and constraints in the area. I'm going to cover that. And Bill, who spent a couple years managing the Central Bend Ferry Connector project, including the development of some detailed engineering designs, and understands some of the other issues there, will cover the Central Bend Ferry Connector path along the levee, as well as a bridge over Creek. So a little context here. This is Warren Drive. We're looking to the south, and here's Highway 101. Here's Warren Drive. Here's the Santa Barbara Trail. Awesome trail. Goes on and on and on. Here's Tampa Vista Boulevard. Here's Redwood Highway. Also for reference, this is the MV. This is the old Wind Cup site. It's currently under construction for condominiums. And this is the Golden Gate Trailer Park. And here's Marsh. I'll be alluding to each of these during this presentation. Next slide. So, Joe Breeze, famous here in Marin for mountain biking and everything biking, and fantastic advocate for bicycling and active living, developed this concept, which was to take the Santa Margaret Trail, which is right here, and cross underneath Tampa Vista and continue along. And I'm heading east, by the way. Below, it would be below grade. I'll explain that in a minute. To grade crossing underneath 101 at the current grade underneath 101. And then a little switchback here to go underneath what was then proposed as the northbound off-ramp to Warnham and underneath Redwood Highway. And then start climbing up to grade to match the grade. This is a great drawing. It highlights many things. Anything shown here was proposed, anything with a dark line means it's going under the grade. Okay? There's walls on it, but it would not be, if you're starting to go down, anything with dotted lines means you're underneath a roadway or a tunnel or undercrossing. This shows retention of existing sidewalk alongside the pathway, which you would want to do because there are users that would want to access this side of the Greenway or this side of 101 that are using Tampa Vista, right? So you want to have a connection for any sidewalk users so they don't have to cross all the way up here and come back around. This would also be below Tampa Vista, coming up until it reached the roadway surface at that point, along the roadway surface, and then back down through this curve and underneath the ramp and Redwood Highway until it comes back up. Now, the reason this is curved is because there's about 450 feet here to go underneath the road, but there's only 225 here. So to get the grades to work, you need to meander the trail, continuously meander it to not exceed the 5%. Okay? As shown in Joe's diagram, this is called an elevation view up here, which is hard to see. You can see the pathway going underneath Tampa Vista, being below Warnham, all and then below again and underneath. So we took this drawing, which was very good, and took it through some more preliminary engineering. And we did that applying the principles I was talking about earlier, including installing vertical curves. You know, we can't just have a grade go, you know, down and then up. There needs to be a curve. It has to be meets certain standards, so it's comfortable. You need to do the same thing for curves up on top. All right. We also looked at some of the radii through the area. So this looks very similar to the diagram we were working with. We color coded this to show that anything in light blue, and by the way, it's a Temple Vista. This is one. This is Road Highway. Anything in light blue would be where you're starting to go underneath or below the grade, the existing surface, right? So you're going to go down, 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 maybe underneath Temple Vista, you're making your trip in this direction. Then you're still below Warren all the way to this point. And then at that point, again, as I mentioned before, you're at the same surface as the existing sidewalk. But then as you get over here, you're going back down again. And then underneath the ramp and River Highway. And then back, and this would be like a tunnel or a bridge over crossing. And then back up, again, below grade, the walls or whatever, until you got to the surface over here. If there was not a northbound off ramp, this dark blue could be light blue, right in that area. There, but there'd still be an undercrossing of River Highway. Okay. So, another way of looking at that is taking the same bird's eye view that we looked at before, but kind of shifting ourselves a little bit to the west. Here is Temple Vista, 101, Center Market Trail, the DMV. The DMV comes into play because we have some limited right of way, and this is going to be something we need to talk about. Stop. These dots show exactly what I was showing in the other diagram, that approximately where the pathway would be. Blue, light blue dots mean you're, at this point, you're starting to go below the path. You're going to go down some kind of ramp. Underneath Temple Vista. Then this whole 450 feet, you'll be below Warren and coming up, until you meet Warren at about that location right there. You need that whole distance to make the 5% work. These numbers show how much the trail would be below grade on average. It's an estimate. So right here, you're at grade, so it's 0 feet. Here, you're back at grade, so it's 0 feet. But the pathway would be about 6 feet below the grade here. It would be 13 feet below Temple Vista here, 10 feet below here, 6 feet there, and again, it's coming back up. Again, the 13 feet is based on minimum vertical clearance, actually. It's based on 8 feet clearance, not the 10 that I mentioned was the preferable. It's based on 8 feet of vertical clearance plus about 4 or 5 foot structure depth. The reason we're not basing it on 10 is because we cannot make the grades work to make 10. If we go down 2 more feet, which would be minus 15 feet, we would not be able to get the pathway at 5% to match the ag grade conditions at this location. We can't go underneath the bridge at that point because there's abutments and how that thing was built would make the bridge unstable. So this is the way the path would go. And as I mentioned before, and even in Joe's drawing, you want to provide ag grade connections to the path, the crosswalks, as well as a parallel ag grade sidewalk along the entire length. Because again, otherwise you're going to have users over here at Windcup, go Windcup side over here, we're going to have to cross the street, backtrack, and use this, because they probably wouldn't do. Hopefully this helps envision things a little bit too. This is a photograph of Warren looking to the west in Mount Tan. Here's the curve on Warren right here. There's on the other side of these trees is the DMV site. The amount of space between the curve and the DMV property line is about 20 feet. In some cases, a little bit more. So there's about 20 feet to do both the sidewalk and a submerged pathway without affecting the DMV right of way. And here's one way you could do it. This is a photograph of a submerged pathway. Imagine that this was Temple Vista here. You could have a pathway that was down like this with vertical walls and a sidewalk above it, and possibly achieve a pathway between Temple Vista and 101. Next slide. However, the vertical walls, they could, that kind of, go back, I'm sorry. These kind of pathways work great for bicyclists. But where I want to be cautious as a professional is just having, the eyes on the path, especially if kids are walking this path or, or riding to school. You can see that it'd be very difficult to see down to the path from the street or from the sidewalk with a situation such as this. So there's another way to build this, but it would take right of way, and that's using a best practice type of technique, such as shown here. Under this concept, you'll see that we have a 12-foot wide path, 2-foot wide shoulders, and a sloped grade. That would imagine the sidewalk for one of them is up in this location. To do this would require acquisition of about 30 feet of the DMV's right of way just to match the grades. So that's one way this guy can be scanned, is pushing things out. Again, the intent of a design such as this would be provide a facility that is comfortable for all users, not just bicyclists, like kids and women and anybody that wants to feel secure 24/7 on a type of pathway. Now I'm going to move to the east side of 101. Do a similar exercise. You can see that here's the marsh, here's the Golden Gate Trailer Park. Here's what was proposed, including going down, into some type of submerged path, picking up, going underneath Redwood Highway at this location, possibly the ramp, if that was there or not, at least going underneath Redwood Highway, and then coming back up to meet the grade at this location. This will be about 500 feet of underground pathway. And the grades would work like this. The little swoop that's shown there again is to start to get enough grade to get down across underneath Redwood. That's just to make up for that distance, okay, to make sure you keep that 5%. You can see the grades. It goes from 0 at grade, -6, -9, -13 underneath Redwood, -7 up near the marsh, to finally matching the existing grade here just east of the Golden Gate Trail. One issue we noticed here are the tight curves. Actually, probably wouldn't design it like this, but instead make these much bigger. Because the last thing you want to do is when you're in a submerged pathways, have something really tight, you can't see something around the corner, or you're going down too fast on your bike, or you just can't really see enough ahead and you feel safe. So, in reality, you probably designed this to be, swoopy, take a lot more real estate to provide more gradual curves. So, there's some constraints on this side where this shows the path coming here because of all the curves that may need to be put into place. Another idea that was that we considered and inspired by, I think, some folks from this group, was, well, gee, why don't you just raise Redwood Highway and Warren Drive so you don't have to have that long descent with a lot of curves in it. Maybe it doesn't need to be as long, you don't have as many curves if you just raised Redwood Highway. So we start going up here, we have this peak here, and then we going down there. Warren Drive would come up to match it. You create a little mound, which again would reduce the amount of downward for the pathway. And also wouldn't require it to be submerged so much underground. So we looked at that, and it is possible, theoretically, to raise this intersection about 6 feet. And the reason it's 6 feet is the figure is because we need to match those highway or those roadway curves that exist today, and not create like a pit when you're driving, you hit like a dip. You need to make it very smooth so you can get up there. So if you can raise this, possibly by 6 feet, there'd be costs associated with that, of course. It would also impact the driveway, the southern driveway to Colgate Trailer Park at this point. You'd have to actually probably close this driveway to make, you would have to close it. But it's technically, it would be something that would be possible. So, I'm kind of going to wrap up here. There are many different considerations when looking at shared pathways. And these bullets don't just pertain to one drive, but I think they need to be considered moving forward if it's something that's going to be looked at in the future. As with the path, you want to meet standards. You want to make it 12 feet plus the community side. The depth of that, especially underneath structures supported by good sight lines and encompass area. Walls will allow you to use much less right of way, but I think it will some security concerns and some perception of unsafe conditions and concerns. Slope sides, which you've seen lots of examples of. Holland, Boulder, Davis would be the much safer way to go. It would take right away. It take about 30 feet right away from the DMV. Visibility too, in front of the path. That is so that police and people driving by can see the path, and path users can see other people. Often becomes a very important consideration when looking at shared use paths, as well as sight lines along the path between users, so that you can see somebody coming at you. You're not surprised at the last minute you go around a corner of running into somebody. As I mentioned before, the 5%, while it is a maximum grade, we like to keep it long, keep it lower than that, or make sure you only use 5% for shorter distances, so it's more comfortable to ride or push a stroller or walk. Definitely want to make sure your curves, particularly your horizontal curves, which are the ones you go along the path, are wide enough for good sight lines, or if you're going down a hill at 20 miles an hour on your bike, which you easily can do at 5%, you can take a little bit of curves and not crash into the other side or person. Overhead clearance, I talked about that. Lighting, security, I've also mentioned that. Drainage is a big issue. It could be an issue, particularly on the east side of the pathway when we get close to the marsh. Maintenance and who takes care of the path. How do you connect with the ag-grade locations, including Redwood Highway, which doesn't seem as tricky as Temple Vista would be. Right of way, as I mentioned that before, we looked at right of way issues. If you want to develop a path that meets best practice standards, right of way would have to be acquired. Of course, there has to be environmental assessment, sort of environmental analysis conducted for anything such as this. The cost would need to be considered as well. Just wanted to show you this real quick, because this has been sitting, dusting, gathering cobwebs. It could be a way to get you to a path at some time in the future, a way to fade something in. This is showing with a northbound off-ramp. It could be done without a northbound off-ramp as well. This is northbound 101. This is Redwood Highway. This is Warren. With the pathway coming out at grade on the east side of 101, the path could be curved, meandered. You actually cross Redwood Highway at this location instead of at the intersection. I'm a traffic engineer that firmly believes pathway crossings are safer in mid-block locations such as this, rather than at intersections, because there's fewer conflicts. Many fewer conflicts if it's at grade. As a matter of fact, user only need to cross one lane in one direction at a time, and this could be signalized or used for taking around a flash or any other types of controls as well. So, as this project moves forward and different pathways go ahead, propose, just wanted to provide some tools to consider as you move ahead. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Bill, who's going to debrief us on the Central Greenbrae connection.
Thank you, David. Thorough review of existing conditions and proposed project. I've been responsible for the delivery of the Central Greenbrae Connector project and have been overseeing the environmental review and final design activities of phase 1. I included in your packet a summary of the historical discussion and development of the project. The Central and Freight Connector project has been identified as a high priority project in the area because it's at the crossroads of multiple travelers in the east-west connection. Following the railroad alignment was one alternative. The other would be using the northbound off-ramp from 101 as a potential alternative, then coming down. All of them use the same pathway that is along the levees to the south to connect with the paths along the Old Road Highway. The study did come up with a recommended alignment, which followed the railroad alignment, but recognized that there were constraints associated with that. In 2007, TAM commissioned another study to reconfirm the studies that were done in 2004, and then to apply new information to determine the feasibility of the path. What we determined at that point was that the project was very complicated with crossing the Port of Madera Creek and then to the south along the levees right there. So they recommended that we phase the project, where the first phase would connect with the Cal Park Tunnel to the north, continue over Sir Francis Drake, and then connect with the east-west half along Sir Francis Drake. The report recognized the complexities of the Phase 2 crossing, but we did update the costs, and the costs at that time were approximately $10.5 million for Phase 1 and $12.5 for Phase 2. Following this determination, we implemented the Phase 1 analysis. We did the preliminary engineering. You go to the next slide, please. Go to the next slide, please. The analysis really broke it up into two different phases. The north phase, connecting Cal Park. So we did the preliminary engineering of that phase, but we also did the preliminary engineering of the two alternatives you see in red and yellow. We wanted to make sure that anything we did with Phase 1 did not preclude anything continuing south with Phase 2. So we looked at the new crossing over the Port of Madera Creek with the new bridge structure. There's issues with that I'll review, and then also continuing south along the levee connected to the pathway. So that was one alignment that we studied fully. The other one was using the northbound off-ramp that we mentioned in the previous study. We also did do some preliminary look at a crossing between the trailer park. The 2004 study actually did more of that than we did. We were working on a highway project that we're talking about these days, and we wanted to fold in the discussions of that section with the highway project. So our study focused primarily on these areas. You can go back to the study on the slide. So this is an animation of the Central and Freight Connector Phase 1. It's the product of approximately 10 years of effort from the studies to the environmental studies to the final design. Okay. So our preliminary engineering analysis was kicked off in 2007 and concluded in 2010. Go ahead. This is one of the alignments that we looked at. It was along the highway. So we wanted to widen this pathway to 12 feet wide, connecting with the existing path on Sir Francis Drake, and then taking you down to tie into Old Redwood Highway. Go ahead. Our analysis also looked at the bridge crossing. So we focused on connecting to the Phase 1 structure, continuing up and over Port of Madera Creek, and then coming down and tying into the alignment. One of the obstacles that we had with this alignment was working with the U.S. Coast Guard. This is a navigable channel. When we consulted with them, they said they would want a very high clearance of 40 feet. We looked at the structure to the west, which is 101, and that only has 24 feet. So we have made the assumption in our design that we will get the Coast Guard approval to use the same vertical clearance as the highway. So that's a big assumption. You won't know the answer to that until you go to get your actual permits. Continuing south, we then followed along the levee. Through our alternatives analysis, we looked at different alignments. One would be to the west of the railroad tracks, one to the east of the railroad tracks. What we determined in our alternatives analysis was that the east side was better, and a lot of the reason was because of this location is because of the sensitive salt marsh habitat in this area. So we are to the west of the railroad tracks in this area. Following the preliminary engineering work, TAM board directed us to proceed with the final design, including permitting. So we began to do that after we got our environmental clearance in 2012. I'm pleased to say that we are done with the final design now with the phase 1 project. We've recently received all resource agency permits. We have an agreement with our partner agency, SMART, the City of Larkspur, and the County of Marin to begin the implementation of the phase 1 project. At the request of the working group, the number of individuals and groups did submit the phase 2 project to be considered by the working group. As previously mentioned to you, we identified a number of beneficial features and challenging features. I just summarized that there are some serious environmental hurdles that we have to consider when we want to move forward with a project like that. There's a number of challenging features with certain uncertain outcomes. Regulatory agency permit, having learned what we went through with phase 1, will be a task. It is certainly something we must consider. We need to find responsible agencies that would be willing to do the alternatives analysis and the environmental document. We need to find responsible agencies that would be willing to do the construction of the project. The same is true with operations and maintenance. One of the shocking features that we have learned, everything we've learned to date in the past, is the construction costs have gone up. We just know more. There's a lot more mitigations that we know about. And we have to account for that financially. We've done that, and our estimate is approximately $32 million. We estimate that the bridge structure and the challenges in that area is approximately 2/3 of that cost, or $21 million. The remaining crossing to the south is approximately $10 million. So with that said, unless you have any questions, turn that back to the worker.
Bill, can you repeat that, the 30 million estimate, and you broke it down on segments? Can you repeat what you said?
Sure. Can you go back to the alignment slide? That's very great. Okay, so what we're estimating for construction costs is the crossing of the creek in that vicinity. So you have a ramping structure. It's a little different than shown here. We're looking at taking off right at the view and continuing up, but it is a bridge structure. It's in the salt marsh habitat in this area. It's in the open waters of Puerto Madera Creek in this area, down in the salt marsh habitat in this area. We estimate that to be in the range of $21 million. As you continue south, we envision the structure being partially on retaining walls. Learning from our lessons working with Smart Building Cal Park, they wanted us to the furthest eastern point as they could get us. That needs to be determined, obviously. We need to do some design work, exact location, but we assumed we would need retaining walls. So that would be in this vicinity of the salt marsh, and then coming down to grade with a simple light grade path, meeting up with those paths at Old Redwood Highway and Warner.
And that is without incorporating the undercrossings or that pathway design that Dave was going over.
That's correct. Our analysis only included the connection from phase 1 down to the intersection.
Yeah, so I wanted to follow up on a topic we brought up a few meetings ago, which was the potential for using the existing railroad trestle as the connector, and sort of rehabilitating that by putting the structure on top of it. I don't think I missed any meetings, but if you could let me know how that looked and what the result of that was. I know our working group voted on it.
We did look at that as part of our assessment for benefits and challenges. There were a number of challenges associated with that. I can tell you that the work that we've done in the past, where we have information that I can tell you is this alignment and did assume those structures. That's an old structure by all means, and it would require a lot of major assumptions that I really don't know if you can get a licensed engineer to be willing to sign off building a structure on a known structure like that. With that said, we didn't pursue it further based on the input from the working group.
Okay, I mean, I thought the working group asked for that. I think we voted unanimously for that. So I feel like there is a little bit of an absence of information.
I think that we asked just if you looked at the feasibility, and I do remember a report back that indicated that it wasn't a feasible option. Is there any other information you can give us for that?
That's right, Paul. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Was there a report that I missed?
No, we provided an assessment of all of the newly submitted options, so that was one of many. And we proceeded with the input that we received at that meeting and our assessment, and this is what we felt like this was the direction that we're going.
I just don't feel that we received the feedback that we asked for, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Same subject, similar. On the North-South Freight Agreement, we talked about it sort of in 3 segments. If we were to recommend to the TAM board to move forward with that, could they approach it in a segmented way as MCDC is proposing? Is there the ability to break it up into sections?
Thank you for that question. It's a good point, because one of the things that we have proposed in the environmental document is an alignment of the Phase 2 Central Greenbrae connector. So that currently is within our document, and that follows the alignment along the highway off-ramp. So we're widening that to 12 feet. That is an alternative that was looked at in the 2004 and 2000 study and the 2000 study. So we have that alignment. We have proposed improvements to Old Railroad Highway. So in a sense, we already have an alignment before you for your consideration. The segmentation of it, yes, by all means. The bridge is a taunting task. By all means, it's possible, I guess, but it would be very challenging. You could consider using the off-ramp as a pre-crossing and then potentially coming over the mobile home park with an easement to join up with a path that would follow the 11. That would obviously be subject to the landowner's permission. So we would have to engage those discussions.
So bottom line is, if the creek crossing became infeasible, we would have an alternative, but we could approach the Central Greenbrae Connector Phase 2 as a complete project, but approach it in segments.
Do you want to, just for the staff, verify what kind of information? I'm asking Brad if he would like to clarify for staff what kind of information he needs on the trestle option.
So this should be in the recording of the meeting that we had about a month ago, I think. And we all talked about this at the end of the initial bike ped discussion. And at the end of that, we saved the time to ask for additional items. And one of the items that we unanimously asked for was just a feasibility of whether or not the existing trestle could be rehabilitated and have a structure put on top of it that would be sufficient to be able to be used. And I think what I was expecting anyway was to know whether that would be possible, not only to do something like that, to put it on top of the existing structure, but also whether the existing structure could support such of improvement. And so that's what I thought we all asked for. I do separately have other questions about Mr. Parise's presentation, if this is the appropriate time.
If I could respond, I will say that I have not talked to an engineer who would be willing to sign off on any such proposal. So if you're willing to accept that as a responsible professional engineer, I wouldn't sign anything to put a structure on that because it's unknown. You don't know what the structure below the ground is. You don't know what the bridge levels are. You just don't know.
What do you mean when you say sign off? I mean, I think he's just asking for information, not for somebody to take liability.
He's asking if it's feasible, and I'm saying as an engineer, I would not be willing to sign off.
So you're saying it's infeasible, is that right?
I'm willing, at this point in time in this discussion, yes, I'm saying that.
Hi, I'm Kai Chan. If I may add some background information, I was involved in the earlier study in Potter was as well. At that point, we had a structural engineer looked at the feasibility of the structure and the condition of the structure. Some of the piling of the structure somewhat, what's my term, it's deteriorated to the point where you need to replace. And so there's concern about seismic stability with it. And the concerns of adding more weight to it was a concern that we're not doing. Even though bike path is not a major weight, but there's also an issue of putting a smart facility on as well. We also looked at a smart facility with a concrete structure that's pretty major in size as well. So what we always want to summarize is that there was a feasibility study done. The concern from the structural engineer was that the trestle wasn't very stable. It does require some more investigation in terms of stabilizing the structure, and also do some more analysis. And that's where we left off, as I remember it.
Brad?
Go ahead, Katie, and then Dan.
Brad, are you asking because thinking it might cost less? I mean, because I'm thinking that we could, if we're making a recommendation about the north-south greenway, we don't have to rule out doing something on the existing bridge structure if that ends up being
Well,
reasonable.
the first reason I was asking is simply because we had asked for that. And so I was expecting to hear about it. It was on my list. But I think if it's a cost-effective way that we could achieve a result of having a South Greenway, we should explore at least to the level to be able to say, yeah, we could do that. And it may have different environmental review effects than an entirely new structure. And so from my mind, I thought that was an important piece of this puzzle. So, it doesn't sound like we're getting any more information on that right now today. I'm not sure what else there is to do, but move on. I'm disappointed, and that's all. I think I don't have anything else to add.
What I'm hearing from staff is that you looked at the feasibility of strengthening the existing trestle with a new pathway on top of it. And you had concerns about reusing the existing trestle at all under those conditions because of the uncertainties involved with the pilings and the structure itself. So there are many unknowns with respect to that you have not been able to get full information on the reuse of that. And I understand that. And your sense is that it's likely infeasible under those conditions. Am I hearing you correctly?
Correct. And then Dina, just to remind me also that another issue with that was just the alignment, is that SMART was preserving that alignment for a future crossing according to Mill Creek. They made us look at that alignment as part of phase one, so that would conflict with future plans for SMART as we know it.
Thank you for that, because that reminded me that you were also, were you able to talk this morning? Yeah, follow up in that same meeting.
Yeah, and I think that it's okay.
Yes.
I have a related question, but coming back to that. It is quite. I'm sorry. It's very hypothetical with regard to the issue that's being presented. So it's difficult to get, let's say, an answer from SMART that is definitive, as you might well imagine. And so having said that, I have a question to follow up with Kate and relating to this to some degree, and that is, you've talked about the cost, two pieces, $21 million and then $10 million, $31 million for this segment and goes beyond that. And so I'm trying to put this into context with what we're able to fund, and if it's feasible, it is. If it's beyond what we can fund, then it's not. And I would come back to the bridge to some degree. That sounds like it's a less costly approach. And so therefore, I'll stay with a higher number and ask if that is economically feasible, considering everything that we are recommending. I'm just trying to put it in context. I think what you've done is really intriguing. It's a good idea, and I support the idea, but at the same time, it has to work financially as well as from an engineer standpoint. So my question is, put this in context, if you would, please. The cost of this, is it feasible or not from a financial standpoint?
Well, I think the costs are what they are. I think that's for you to determine whether we want to move forward.
But we have I'm going to say 143 million, maybe I'm off on that. And we've talked about a lot of possibilities. And I just don't know, fault me, but I don't know if this is in that context. Are we at 143 or are we at 343 million? Help me understand.
I would like to make suggestions. Any money is just sort of ballparking it. I think if we just try to use some judgment in the sea of uncertainty and kind of make a priority recommendation to TAM and let TAM struggle then with the actual financial information we've narrowed down what we're talking about, I suggest that we would consider attacking the problem that way.
Well, my only comment would be that we've been given two amounts, they're $30 million. And so they're fairly specific, and it's only with regard to this one issue. I guess I would be hesitant to make a recommendation that if it's totally infeasible, and I'm not saying that it is, I just don't know, but if it's totally infeasible, it doesn't seem like a very good recommendation.
Alex? All right. Yes, Carla.
Thank you.
Carla.
Thank you. I was really excited to see that we have an optional plan.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Just a sec. That cost us a glass of water and a big mess. Oh, thank you. I was really excited, not only so excited that I spilled my glass of water all over the place. Thank you. But also that we were presented with an alternate plan from a variety of sources that have all, thank you, that have all reached consensus between the Marin County Bicycle Coalition, the Bay Trails, Marin Deserves Better, a lot of different groups of bike and ped advocates. And in the plan that we were presented, it was, some of it is corresponds to what has been presented by TAM, but I think more importantly that we need to recognize is that it didn't entail any taking of property. It didn't encroach in the rights of way, and it seemed it also afforded us safe and separate pathways. It seemed like we have the best of all possible worlds in this, and I was wondering, Bill, if you have the opportunity to look at this and see how this could be implemented. It's my understanding that it did align with all the traffic requirements when we're talking about slope restrictions, height restrictions, and so on, that it was in compliance. And I was just wondering if you had any comments, or if you might consider this, because this might relieve some of the constraints and the concerns that this other plan that we had seen proposed had given.
Well, you are correct. We did meet with the three groups, the Bicycle Coalition, the Bay Trail, Marin Deserves Better, and they are recommending a series of projects referred to as our South Greenbrae. I think that is really up to the working group to make a recommendation to the TAM board on which elements that you would like to see move forward to provide a recommendation. So,
and can I then, since you are familiar with it and that you had met with the groups, did you find any components that would not be workable? Or do you agree that this is in compliance with the requirements for which we need to adhere?
Well, I think what we presented to you today was related to the Central Missouri connection. There's some serious challenges to move forward with elements of that. You have to consider those challenges. David Parisi, reviewed the underpass concepts. It sounds like there's some serious challenges with that. I think it's really up to the working group to provide direction or recommendation to the town board, which elements you see worthy of pursuing. They all have to play on the price tag. And so that needs to be considered goes along with all of the other constraints if you think that's feasible.
Okay, I just was really pleased that we could find a common ground with so many different interest groups and things that were in compliance, that it seemed like, eureka, we found it. And so that's why I just wanted to make sure that certainly there are challenges, and there are challenges with Mr. Parisi's proposal as well. I think with anything there are challenges. But so long as this isn't in, any kind of violation of current codes or guidelines, I just wanted to make sure of that. Thank you.
So I actually have a question. I thought that Mr. Parisi was showing us some of the challenges of making the North-South Greenway concept work with current safety standards. Wasn't that what we just heard about? And so the various slopes and loops that is required to make this safe, is my understanding from what we were presented, will in fact require some takings of property. Is that also me? This is a question for David Brown.
Sure. We reviewed the very separated pathway along Warren from Temple Vista, from west of Temple Vista to east of the highway, as it was drawn, recreated to try to match engineering standards as much as practical. And as I mentioned before, there are several issues, including long sustained grades of 5%, depth, some tight curves, and I mentioned many other issues, including potential security issues. If you were to build this tomorrow within the existing right-of-way and have a sidewalk along the the pathway would be very, very narrow. It'd be probably 10 feet or 8 feet wide, with walls that go up to 13 feet high, vertical walls. And that probably would not be desirable. I design pathways for kids for living marine. That I realize, I hear what people's safety perceptions are, real issues. So we also offered some advice, if you're going to go forward with a proposal such as this, how to make it more comfortable, provide better sightlines to and from the path, for users along the pathway, particularly between 101 and Tampa Vista. And that would require right-of-way acquisition from DMV. On the east side of 101, with the tight curves, those going standards are all, there'd be blind spots going down and up on this pathway. So is there a way to get around that? Possibly. That would include taking up more space in that southeast quadrant of the intersection to create some more meanders to get the pathway up with wider curves and better sight lines. But I also, like for any pathway, I gave a dozen or so bullet points of things that need to be further considered and further detailed out. And those don't just pertain to this proposed pathway, but to many of these. It's a big checklist that really needs to be looked at pretty closely.
Just a clarifying question, the numbers that you were using with respect to vertical elevation when you were describing the depths of the cross-section through underpasses, there was a number -13. That was not relative to sea level. Is that correct?
No, No, those numbers, to keep it simple, are relative to the roadway or sidewalk above.
Do you have any idea what sea level is at those points of some translation into what minus
I have to turn to our engineers, Sean, do you have?
And also any FEMA standards that might come into play with respect to public facilities in that position?
Sean Eric Jacobs. I ran the profile through this area, and it would drop to about 4 to 5 feet below sea level, both underneath the highway and Tampa Vista. So there would be some drainage concerns within the area, some drainage systems and drainage pump stations that would be required to make sure that the path stay free of standing water.
Would that be subject to any additional FEMA requirements in that area?
I'm not an expert on FEMA requirements, but I can tell you what we went through with the Central Main Frank Connection Phase 1 and deal with BCDC and the sea level rise issue. Is they wanted assurance to us that we wanted them to, they wanted us to assure them that any elements of the project that are built within the given year flood could be modified to adapt to sea level rise, or materials are being used that would withstand it. So that would apply to all of those discussions.
Are there any further questions? Diane?
We're talking a lot about, well, we think we're going to need this, and we think we're going to need that. And I just want to back up a little bit and go back to what got us here in the first place. And that is that people were really upset with the initial design for the Greenbrae Corridor Improvement Project. I have a little diagram that shows some statistics of who commented at the draft environmental document. So let me just hold it up for those of you who can see. There are little bar graphs. Can you see this one little line that's all the way over here? 1,150 comments came from Marin County Bicycle Coalition on bike ped transit. That's in addition to a whole lot of other folks from the community that spoke out and said, we don't want to be crossing at the bottom of an off-ramp. We want our kids, our sisters, our brothers, our parents, our grandparents to have safe and separate crossings. This community was divided in the 1950s with that freeway. And times have changed. I think this community is now saying, we want to be better connected. So I hope this working group will keep that in mind and hopefully proceed with within the spirit of let's try to figure out how we can get this done. Mr. Parisi said, there are challenges, but he didn't say it couldn't be done. In fact, he said it could be done, but there are certainly things we need to take into consideration. So I take that to be very hopeful. And I do appreciate him going through all that information about the depths. I think that is a good reminder that this isn't going to be easy, but I would like to hope that we can all push forward. I also want to remind everybody what the legislative intent is for this entire project. The money that's on the line right now, that really was the impetus for the formation of this working group, is Regional Measure 2 funds. It's tied to bridge tolls. And there was specific legislation that was written. And I would like to read a small portion of this. It says, Greenbrae Interchange, Larkspur Ferry Access Improvements. Extend a multi-use pathway from Warren Drive to East of Francis Drake Boulevard and the Cal Park Hill right-of-way. It specifically says a multi-use pathway. So I think that's what we should be striving for. It's in the legislation.
All right, so several alternatives in front of us for the multi-use pathway, not all of whom are supported by you. I know that, but we are considering them. This is the period where actually the working group is asking questions of the staff. We haven't had public comment yet, After public comment, we'll have a discussion. So are there any more questions?
I'd just like to ask that if we could possibly change the agenda just a little, to have public comment on this, and then do the northbound options, then have public comment on that, and then have the working group discuss both bike head and northbound, since I think they're going to be discussed together.
Well, let me say, yes, we can do that. Even if we follow this agenda, certainly we would be informed when we discussed either entity by whatever the discussion was before that. So you're going to have to remind me of where we're going.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Katie.
Dave, I think we're all here and we're all concerned, and actually one of the goals of this project has been to improve bike ped connectivity east-west, and certainly make the improvements for anybody using and trying to get from the east side of the freeway to the west side of the freeway and to connect to transit. And I think we're all intrigued by the idea and the concept of undercrossings. You fleshed out a little bit more what they were possibly going to look like, and to me, they became, I can't tell from the pictures you put up there what would be actually looking at, because it was looking like even fairly long sections, if not in a tunnel, feeling like in a tunnel. And I have some concerns as a parent. I'm not sure that would feel safe to me. I'm sending a kid, be safe for a kid in terms of separation from cars, but I'm worried about security. How would a security be addressed? And then also lighting and things like that for adults that might be using those undercrossings at nighttime. I mean, this is beyond the cost picture. I want to make sure we understand what we're advocating for, that we understand what we're asking for as parents and as members of the community.
Well, I don't have 3 hours to address that one. I'm not sure you want me to. But there can be pathways that are separate, but not safe at the same time. The trick is to make them safe and separate for all users. So when you're looking at this pathway, if it's submerged by a roadway, and you're trying to make it comfortable and invite a user group besides bicyclists, but also, other people, kids, I'd say it's very, very important to have eyes in that and have a good, safe, and secure system, where you can maintain it easily and kids and parents feel comfortable allowing you to do that. And Bruce was correct. The pathway as it is would be a wall. It may not be as it was designed, as it was proposed to us. There wouldn't be good sightlines to it. There may be a way to get there, and it would require, again, right-of-way acquisition, spreading things out vis-a-vis Davis, Boulder, Netherlands, right? Or just put our hands up there, or taking a look at the Linwood side. Maybe that has to be elevated somehow, but that has effects on the trailer park. There's a lot of issues, a lot of levers to pull. I'm not saying it's not possible. The option that was shown, that was proposed, again, not taking right away, but being in the cut, it costs us to do about $12 to $15 million. Add on to that, if you're taking right away, creating visually appealing facility, better sightlines, it would be higher than that. We didn't estimate, we didn't design, but there's a lot of different issues to consider.
So you're an expert in this. You all do a lot of the safe routes work throughout Marin County in terms of dealing with improvements around schools, improving safety for kids. Mostly it's geared towards kids.
Yes.
And this intersection in this area is a little bit different than what I'm picturing in my mind at some of the places you work. But I want your opinion. I would like to hear your opinion on, as someone who designs pathways and routes, bike ped routes for kids, what would you recommend through this intersection? Money being no object. Just sort of say that.
Money being no object. Wow. Well, if we're going to use the Warren corridor, okay, because obviously that connects Center Market Trail, the potential for north-south Greenbrae deck in the future. So it kind of is aiming right toward that. We looked at going over as well. That actually has more complications because the vertical clearance needs to be super high, so the ramps need to be super long. You have many more switchbacks. Going grade separated, as I mentioned before, to make that, in my opinion, acceptable, it would need to be pushed over to the south a bit, open it up, and make it an inviting, pathway for all users. You also, and that be between Camel Vista and 101, acquire some of the DMV right away, so you can get the nice traffic oil kind of cross slope down below. You want to provide really good accurate connections at Camel Vista. Also, you need to maintain a sidewalk along the way so people from Camel Vista can use it. On the east side, that's the trickiest. I think that's just as tricky because it's half the distance to get underneath the road.
And let's assume there's no off-ramp there.
Yeah, the off-ramp actually, you can meander with the off-ramp or not. So it can work both ways. Without the off-ramp, there's maybe a little bit more room to wiggle the ramp and the path, meander it, and get underneath the highway. So again, you want to push it out and use as much of that real estate as possible for your pathway alignment, and then bringing it up. One other option, if there is sea level issues, and it sounds like there certainly could be, would be to consider raising Redwood, as we showed a graphic to that effect. I will say that it would affect trailer park access for sure. We have to figure out how to maintain access. They have a loop roadway to affect their southern roadway. It's a different, you can be very careful with environmental justice issues if you're going to affect users that live in the trailer park. So there's some environmental issues as well. That's something I would pursue. I'd love to design it, but it's going to be bigger than anything we've seen.
And then in terms of the safety, in terms of the project is proposed, saying at grade, you've seen not going down or over. And I mean, that a lot of thought went into that design as well.
Yeah. So at grade, one thing about the Greenbrae Highway project is that, particularly if southbound, the northbound off-ramp relocated via the Marsh Plan, the traffic volumes on Warren would be exactly the same without the highway project. At Warren and Temple Vista, and at Warren at Redwood Highway. That doesn't take away potential conflicts at those locations. So if you were to do an active grade crossing, we showed the concept of potentially crossing Redwood Highway. Not at the intersection where cars are turning right, green light, but possibly a mid-block location. That could be something that could be pursued. I will also say that with the southbound, the northbound off-ramp that was proposed, there'd be virtually no conflicts with pedestrians crossing the crosswalk at that point. There was no turns on the on-ramp. All the turns off the on-ramp would be controlled with the traffic light. And there's many different types of traffic signal techniques you can use. As a matter of fact, the traffic volumes crossing the ramp, the northbound off-ramp, are only about a third of what the traffic volumes are today crossing at Temple Vista and at Redwood Highway. So it's pretty low conflict point. Traffic volumes, I know there's a lot of comparison to Bell crosswalk. It's a different interchange altogether. There's a lot more lanes. Traffic volumes are about 4 times higher at Bell compared to what's projected in this area. So I think there's some ways to make it work both ways and to even phase it in with the at-grade system eventually gets to grade separation for a lot of the costs. So there'd be some ways to consider that.
Can you clarify that? Did I hear you say there's a way to phase it in, start at grade, and then move toward?
Well, it's just like anything. Whenever you're planning systems, sometimes if you're trying to divide pie up, it can go so far. So there may be ways to, this is the existing pathway I think has deficiencies. At the crosswalks, the signal timing can be changed. The pathway is right against the curb today. It's a wide crossing at Redwood Highway today. There's some things that could be done for some money, in the short term. There's also ways to again develop your system with the whole in mind of doing grade separated path.
So it would be unreasonable for this working group to decide sort of on priorities and where to phase in, what to phase in. Start here and phase in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Yes,
First of all, I just want to say, assuming that we do not do the off-ramp down to Warnham and the on-ramp up from Warnham, so we essentially keep this intersection at Warnham and Redwood the way it is now, we kind of have a lot of extra real estate that we can work with there. So I'm not sure that the taking of the RV park would be necessary. In fact, I'm quite convinced it would not be necessary because even if we had to shift Redwood Highway over a little bit, there's plenty of room there for those kinds of things. So I want to make that point. And then I also want to make the point that our police chief has said that the Cordillera Central Marin Police Authority would prefer underpasses to having kids and as well as adults crossing freeway ramps. So I just think that's something to consider. A lot of the awful accidents you read about in the paper or see on the news happen at big intersections, at the bottom of off ramps. That's where you get really, really bad accidents. So just something to keep in mind.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff this evening? There are none.
I do.
Yes, here.
I want to come back to the Marin Deserves Better bicycle plan for a second, so that I can better understand when reference is made to challenges, and we can pick and choose. I don't know if the definition of challenges, probably addressing this to Bill, I don't know if the definition of challenges is that just requires some more thought and effort, et cetera, or if that means it's not feasible, or it's not going to pass muster with Caltrans and the other authorities. So maybe help me understand this plan a little bit better in context with a reference to challenges.
I think we bring them up as challenges just to present issues that you need to consider. And so we understand that the building next to the salt marsh can be done. It was done in Central Greenbrae connection for a very small section, but we were able to overcome that. Enter into an agreement to identify who's going to environmentally clear this, who's going to construct it, who's going to maintain it for the Central Greenbrae connector. It was a challenge. It took us a couple of years to get that agreement in place. It could be done. It could be expensive. That's a challenge, and we just want to provide you with that information. When it comes to issues with the state, we'll have to defer to them to make those risk assessments of what they will be willing to approve. Areas outside of the state highway, we're just trying to mention the facts, and we're using the term challenges, not to say it's infeasible or feasible, it's just a challenge.
Wait, just follow up for a second on that. I'm recalling at the last meeting there were three proposals, three options, if you will, with regard to northbound, and Caltrans came back to say, my words, I guess, that two of the three, the first two we went through in some detail, the first two would not be approved. So I'm curious as to whether or not, before I go through this thing, whether or not there's some elements of this that would not be approved, and therefore, why even spend our time considering? Are there elements in this plan that would, to the best of your knowledge, would not be approved or simply wouldn't cut muster with some of the approving agencies?
And are we talking about this?
I'm talking about this.
Well, they go together.
Yeah.
So do you have, this is,
Can you be more specific? If you're asking the state highway,
Well, I mean,
You're asking the state
the comment
highway
was made that we should go
to-
through this and make a determination. And I frankly, I'm not Caltrans. I have some challenges of my own in that regard. And so therefore, I'm asking you, to the best of your knowledge, if there are elements here that just aren't workable.
There are a number of elements on this picture, so I mean, I have to take them piece by piece. And one of them would be the Central Greenbrae connector. We discussed that. One of them is the underpass. We discussed that. Improvements to intersections. You know, we look to the local agencies to allow what they would consider. So, you know, there are a number of jurisdictions involved. Issues dealing with the state highway, we would have to defer to, you know, the experts, you know, the consulting with us highway improvements. I've not heard them say they would not approve it. I've heard them say that they are not recommending the underpasses in the state of California. They wouldn't oppose us if that's something we wanted to do, but we would certainly have to work with them to make sure that they felt that it was a safe facility for the state highways.
Okay, I still consider it to be a challenge, I must say.
It's going to be a challenge for us, yes. There's another question, Brandon?
Yeah. I guess I want to ask Gary's question with regard to the 4 new pedestrian overcrossings that were proposed. I don't know, maybe this is a little greasy, but you know, obviously that's the first time I've seen those. And A and B, just at a glance, look like they might be doable. C and D look extremely challenging because there's a lot of private property involved. But I'm wondering if anyone else has passed on these other than just beyond kind of like drawing them up and you know, sort of what level of review they had.
Internally, within our technical team, we've looked at the engineering to meet the accessibility codes and meeting state highway standards for clearance and things like that. So we've done a very, very preliminary assessment of what it would take to build a pedestrian overcrossing. As you mentioned, we did develop that as part of the project study report. It was later removed for various reasons. The other options, we've really just touched the surface on them. We recognize that there will be right-of-way impacts associated. We haven't assessed those impacts at all. We haven't notified the owners, so we're looking at this. So this is really just almost hypothetical discussion to get guidance from the working group.
So, and in terms of A, were any of the various reasons why it was removed because it wasn't possible?
As I recall, we were very concerned about the environmental impacts of the westerly lake that you're out in the salt marsh with the ramping structures. So we have made that priority as we've been looking at alternatives to minimize environmental impacts, minimize right-of-way impacts. We felt that had some challenges. As we looked at the project as a whole, we felt like we were meeting the user's needs as proposed in the normal document. So we did not pursue further.
Are there any further questions of staff?
Regarding the existing pedestrian overcrossing, are there absolutely no sets of improvements that might bring that up to disability standards, including elevators, etc.?
I think once you begin to touch an existing structure of that age, you really need to assess, you know, the benefit-cost ratio to see could you rebuild a structure more effectively, more cost efficient versus retrofitting an existing structure. So that analysis would need to be done.
Yes,
You know, as we're considering the pedestrian overcrossing that we have out there now, I think it's important to think of it as an asset. You know, we all paid for that. It's, you know, I think of it as a $20 million asset, and I don't take lightly the idea of destroying that for a widening of the freeway when we really have serious concerns about what other impacts of that widening are going to do to our community, and that the benefits just don't seem to be worth all of the various costs of that freeway plan. So I just very much would encourage us all to I want to reiterate that we said a replacement would be $25 million. That is a lot of money.
Thank you. Are there questions of the staff? Seeing none, I'd like to open for comments from the public. I'm going to ask you to try to keep your comments, in fact, keep them to 2 minutes. And when you have a time limit somewhere.
My name is David McPherson. I'd like to introduce you to Hannah Rottola, Lucy McPherson, and Mia. Hannah and Lucy cycled every day during kindergarten and first grade to Neil Cummins School, without fail, rain and shine, hot and cold. They live very near the Sandra Marker Trail. If, either by choice or by the lottery, they're assigned to go to the Cove School, they would cycle down the Sandra Marker Trail, underneath Warren, along the north-south Greenbrae to the Cove School on Paradise. If the undercrossings are built, they will have a very direct, relatively flat, very safe and separated path to school that will be extremely fun to ride. And they'll continue to ride every day. If the undercrossings are not built, they have to cross the intersection at Temple Vista, and they have to negotiate Redwood Highway and potentially the new off-ramp. I can assure you that they will not be cycling to school, and there will be more cars driving them to school. I did the volunteer work for Safe Routes to School at Neil Cummins, and we had approximately 160 cyclists who traveled from the Bayside of Puerto Madera to Neil Cummins and to Hall. Without exception, every parent who had children ride on that one day told me that they would not allow their children to ride on other days because of crossing at Redwood Highway in Temple Vista.
Some time ago, I expressed concern that TAM staff was ignoring the highway design manual regarding bike pit issues. I've had no opportunity since to address this in detail. So I offer now a list of 12 written questions for inclusion in the minutes, please. I appreciate David Parisi's long explanation of best practices and possible solutions. We have a long ways to go, and I would appreciate meeting with Bill Whitney and David to discuss some of the issues that I raised in this memo. What concerns me is that if the manual is not carefully adhered to, or if the reasons for deviation from it are not documented, possible legal liability issues can arise. Also, I have a small copy of the map with the red, blue, and green lines that I would like included in the minutes. Thank you. I'm worried about the different ideas for the new pedestrian overcrossing. I think those property owners will not go gently into the night. And two of the designs to take the PLC quite a ways south of where it is now. So that might be good for the Larkspur residents who want to access the ferry. But there are also a lot of Larkspur residents who want to go straight across to the industrial way area where they work or they shop. It's a more direct connection, and it's the connection that our grandfathers decided was best, and I think it still is. The highway design manuals. One last sentence.
Do it.
The pedestrian patterns should be maintained across freeway routes where these patterns have been previously established. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Steve Carlini from Marin Deserves Better. After last Monday's meeting, there were many questions I wanted to ask the TAM staff and consultants. Knowing it wouldn't be possible to do that here today, I typed up all those questions and emailed them to all of you yesterday. And I wanted to ask at this time if those questions could be included in the minutes for this meeting.
I see no reason why not, but you also got a response and an opportunity to talk to staff. Is that not correct?
Well, that's not correct. We haven't talked yet. I did get a
But you
response.
did have an opportunity. She invited you to talk to her, to the staff.
She did extend that invitation, yes. Now, I want to make a quick suggestion for the bike undercrossing on the east side of the freeway. Rather than take that and meander off, as was suggested, and take up a lot more territory in order to create a huge turn where you can see oncoming traffic, I would suggest you build those 2 lanes coming and going like a cul-de-sac. Put them right next to each other for an extended period with a rail between and a circular turn at the end. That'll make a double wide trough that will give you eyes on the children, and it'll give you sufficient warning of who's coming from the other direction. I want to use the rest of my time to speak a little in support of keeping the existing POC and keeping the 2 adjacent bus stops where they are now. I'm going to quote some snippets from the Caltrans Highway Design Manual and the Caltrans Complete Intersection Manual that relate to these issues and the proposed changes at Warren Drive. 1, pedestrian patterns should be maintained across freeway routes where these patterns have been previously established. That's the most pertinent one. 2, people will not detour far to cross a highway. 3, design pedestrian and bicycle paths to be as direct as possible. Avoid restricting crossings or forcing bicycles or pedestrians to use a detour rather than providing a direct route. And 4, when improving an intersection, do not remove existing non-motorized facilities or reduce safety or mobility for pedestrians or bicycles. Instead, improve existing facilities for pedestrians and bicycles. Boy, the time gets shorter at every meeting, doesn't it?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Seidler. I'm from Transportation Alternatives for Marin. And I'd like to thank all of you for this process and all the time you put into it. I know what a commitment you've made. But I'd also like to thank the TAM staff, in particular Diane Steinhauser and Bill Whitney, who've done an incredible job sorting through this. And I'd like to thank the consultants, most particularly today, David Parisi, because today's a great day. Exactly like Councilmember Carl Kynan said, today's a day where we agree on something. And we've had all sorts of efforts put forward, all sorts of suggestions. And today, the consultants and TAM said it's possible to do those underpasses. And we know North-South Greenway can be built because the Central Bend Ferry connection has actually been advanced by Transportation Authority Marin. So here we have today an alternative, a complete integrated system that could be passed. And so I think that's something to celebrate. One thing I would like to point out, though, is the reason that the cycling community is agitated about the 1C option, and the reason that the city of Larkspur, the city of Port Madera, the Tamalpais Union High School District, the Larkspur Port Madera School District, the Transportation Alternatives for Marin, the Marin County Bicycle Coalition, the Bay Trail, and Marin Deserves Better all agree that the North-South Greenway is the right way to go, and that 1C is not the way to go, is because it doesn't do a single thing to improve connectivity for bicycles and people. What it also omits is that in 2007, when they did a cost comparison, the creek crossing was $12 million, and the 1C was $10.4 million. But the increase in construction costs apply to option 1C just like they apply to the preferred alternative in every single study that's been done. So what we encourage you to do is what we put forth in our letter to you today, which is to immediately begin the environmental analysis of 3 sections of the North-South Greenway. The undercrossings, the Port Madera curve, Port Madera section, and the creek crossing. Do that immediately. Get the environmental clearances started, and then construct them as soon as they are completed. And recognize 1C alternative for what it is, which is it has a fatal flaw, and it hasn't been evaluated for ADA analysis. Thank you very much again for all your time.
Good afternoon, members. Rocky Bernstein, Marin Center for Independent Living. We were asked many years ago to be one of the initial stakeholders to review the project, 6 years ago with Mr. Whitney and Mr. Parisi. At that time, basically the comments then are the same now. Create the north-south pathway behind the trailer park. Keep the pedestrian overcrossing. at least at-grade separations in the north-south and no freeway overcrossings. Redwood Boulevard approved that sidewalk, and then they went farther and put 10-foot sidewalks on the other side. We're all happy with that. What we're not happy with is the grade separation that pedestrians have to cross over the freeway, that the pedestrian overcrossing is gone. One thing we suggested many years ago is an elevator. I own a couple of one commercial property, one residential property, both with elevators. Mr. Hilmer, you mentioned the elevators. It can be done. It just hasn't been studied. So, like the mayor first said, you know, you have an existing structure with 20 million, you want to get rid of it, retrofit. So that could be a solution at not little cost, but a cost. And the maintenance contracts are quite reasonable. It's studied for the Bay Bridge, for going over, if they ever get a pathway over to the Bay Bridge in San Francisco, they have a problem with the ramping. And I'm on the District 4 Pedestrian Advisory Committee. There was a presentation given. So it can be done. It's just a question of the will. And the problem is maintenance, money. As Mr. Whitney said, jurisdictions don't want to pay for it. If you have the commitment to pay for it, you can get it done as far as maintenance goes. We do have an issue of the old underpass that was mentioned that Caltrans doesn't want it. Lincoln Boulevard, Lincoln Avenue, Purchase-Willow Hill, has an underpass. And it's in. Let's see here. Right-of-way impacts, we're not really in favor of taking away a car wash and putting in that. We'd like to see the study with the elevators. Seems like a more rational approach and would be more acceptable to the community. So we thank you for your time. And again, at-grade separation for pedestrians and bicycles as they currently exist and improve it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kirby Bartlett. I live on the east side of Port Madera. For the last 12 years, my 2 children have commuted to school on the west side, on the west side of 101 Freeway. Starting in 2008, in an effort to promote bicycling to school for school children living in East Port Madera, I organized the East Port Madera Bike to School Day. Since then, I've organized 8 of these events, which averaged over 120 bicycle riders heading to school. It is quite a sight to see. 120 students, all in the Marin County Bicycle Coalition, calls it now the bike train. Start a steady stream of students all heading to school. 120 riders at ages 5 to 14, plus a few parents, all heading to school at 8 a.m. They all cross under 101 Freeway at Warren Drive. If I'm a local expert in anything, it is understanding the challenges of getting school children to cross 101 Freeway on a bicycle via the Warren undercrossing. There are 6 takeaways in my experience. Some are obvious. 101 bisects the town of Port Madera, and it is a challenge to convince school children and their parents to ride bikes across 101. 2, riding under 101 is easy. It's a short, straight road. The scary part, getting to and from Warren by crossing at the intersections on either side. 4, commute traffic is intense at these 2 intersections. This is a vital automobile commute artery. Drivers can practically smell the freeway, and they're very eager to make it through the intersections while the lights are green. 5, simply put, pedestrians and bicycles at these crosswalks are not exactly a welcome sight, especially at the intersections. Auto traffic essentially needs to stop in nearly all directions for pedestrians and bicycles to have safe passage. 6, for these 2 Warren intersections, and only these 2 Warren intersections, I recruit volunteer crossing guards on the day of the ride. A school principal and district superintendent regularly volunteer for these positions. One of them is here. They know the intersections well. I do not need to ask them twice.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm James Seaver. I live in Port Madera, and I love Port Madera because of the existing bicycle and pedestrian facilities that we have. I think it's a great place to raise a family. And I actually use the Warren Drive crossing to go to Trader Joe's and load up with groceries for my household today. And while it's not entirely safe and separate, it is better than on and off ramps that are proposed that will be affecting Warren Drive. So I think it's really great, and I like to think it's Breezy and other people in front of me and behind me who are here today for being concerned with bicycle and pedestrian issues, not just for recreational cyclists and other people out for a stroll, but for children who need to get places, for elderly people that need to get places. So I think it's really great that this is something that we're talking about, and I hope that in the future, maybe in a few decades, I won't even have to attend these meetings because it will be taken seriously, these bicycle and pedestrian facilities from the get-go, and so we won't have to show up in masses or remind people why these aren't important. So really focusing on Warnham Drive as the main conflict issue, getting from one side of the freeway to the other, and then the north-south Greenbrae. I mean, it's a great opportunity. You can probably imagine if you're driving a car on the freeway and you had to stop at every single major road, that would be a bit of an inconvenience. It wouldn't be as attractive as something that's a straight shot. It doesn't have as many of the intersections. I don't know how much time you spend hanging out at on and off ramps of the freeway. Not a great place to be as a pedestrian or a cyclist. It's not going to be great with on and off ramps at Warnham Drive either. So making it attractive, making it, as Breezy said, something where people feel inviting. I think a lot of people are hip to this new way that, hey, maybe walking isn't just between where you parked your car and where you're getting to. But especially in our town, it's a great way to get around to access stores and go to school and other things that we need to do for transportation. So thank you for your consideration, and I really urge you to look towards the north-south Greenway and to look towards anything that you can do to alleviate the conflicts on Warnham Drive, since that is the particular area of high interest for me and many others. Thank you for your time.
I'm Greenbrae from Larkspur. I'd like to remind you that Warnham Drive, presently right now, is the safest and most convenient crossing of the freeway for bikes and peds. From the creek to Tiburon Boulevard and beyond. If you put any freeway ramps there, it will severely compromise that whole issue. Now, I'm a very experienced cyclist, and I'm not easily intimidated by traffic and mentality. But you put some freeway ramps there, and I'm going to pause. Not stop, I'm going to pause. And I'm not going to, by the way, I'm also not going to do some meandering around. I'm going straight across. Now, why do we have to do this meandering? Because we have some undercrossings. Well, I'm really concerned about those tunnels. I'm concerned that we're going to run into a situation where those tunnels get full of debris and water, and then we're going to have a whole bunch of people that are going to be arguing for days about who's responsible for taking care of it and getting it cleared out. So what I would suggest to you is, if you want undercrossings, put the cars in an undercrossing. If you get those undercrossings full of water and debris, they will get cleared out pronto. You know that. So a suggestion, just by the way, is just put a pedestrian bridge starting at the top of Warren and going straight across either way. I mean, coming down on the other side of Tamil Vista and the other side of Redwood, and further to get the turns, put the cars down. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carter Zen. I represent myself and also the Mill Valley Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I was the honor of submitting a letter to you on behalf of our organization. I'd like to speak briefly about Mill Valley's perspective on this difficult decision you guys have before you. In Mill Valley, as you know, we enjoy a multi-use path that there's been talk about a community being divided by Highway 101. Our community is bound together by our multi-use path. We thankfully have a situation where kids can ride their bikes from Tam Valley and from other neighborhoods to the middle school and the high school. And we would want that for you, for this community. This is something you just need to do. I know the financial imperatives are challenging, but when I was thinking about what I wanted to say to you today, I think you have to kind of rise above it and think about this as just part of our social contract. We make decisions in our society. We're not going to let people who need help suffer. If someone's addicted, we're going to treat them. If someone's poor, we're going to feed them. It may not be economically efficient to do so, but we decided it falls below the minimum not to let those people get support. When I ride my bike across that east crossing, that 3-foot wide thing, to get to the ferry station, what I say to myself is this falls below the minimum standard. In my day job, I'm an attorney. My main job is I represent bicyclists who have been in accidents. You need to be concerned about liability on that 3-foot wide path. The Caltrans Highway Design Manual says a 2-way bike path has to be a minimum of 8 feet wide. If you're telling people it's okay to ride a bike on a 3-foot wide path, I don't know the history, I don't know what's happened, but someday something's going to happen. And you may end up looking at budgeting that lawsuit to take some care of someone who's dead or paralyzed for the cost to build this thing. You need to do this. As far as marshes and saltwater goes, the MUP in Mill Valley is all the way through a marsh. Somehow in the 70s and 80s they made that work. That's just my rookie observation. Finally, from the standpoint of a personal injury lawyer who does a lot of work with cars running into bikes, the 1C option is dangerous. Redwood Highway is dangerous. The most common accident fact pattern we have is cars turning right and wiping out bicyclists. If you put bicyclists on Redwood Highway, that's exactly what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jean Severingham, East Greenbrae, and the Greenbrae Boardwalk. I wanted to point out to you on Cindy's beautiful map that there are 3 routes in this area going from the transit center of the airport, the new SMART station, and the Larkspur Ferry, all of which are very useful to walkers and bikers. We're talking a lot about the Central Ferry connection. That's the southernmost route in green. That's particularly good for Corte Madera school children. And for anyone going onto the Santa Margaret Trail or south of there. The red line represents the pedestrian overcrossing route down Lucky and Doherty into Larkspur on into San Anselmo, and even as some of my neighbors say, out to Point Reyes. That is a very important route for our communities. And the blue line is the existing creek path. I'd like to see all 3 personally be as good as the blue line, but I'll take safe connections on the red line all the way through to Doherty. 100% of my community in a recent survey used pedestrian overcrossing. Katie Rice asked us where do we go on it, and about 8% of the answers were using the southbound bus. If we have to go to the southbound bus down by Warnham, it's a full half mile south and a quarter mile north. That's a 3/4 mile walk to the bus stop, half mile extra. That's pretty prohibitive given the numbers of seniors in our community. I want to finish with a letter from some of the school kids and moms. Hi Jean, my kids have used the overcrossing every day this summer, no exaggeration, every single day, mostly by bike, to visit friends or go swimming at the Mount Tamarack Club. In addition, Nikos has been using it daily to go to football practice at Redwood. And now that school has started, we'll be using it every day to get to school at Redwood. When fall starts on September 9th, Niobe will be using it daily for school trips too. That POC is their connection to all their friends, school, social, and athletic activities. Since both parents work, the kids need to get around on their own. I actually urge you that the POC works for 70% of people and there's 30% of people who don't use it. Please fix it so that everyone can. Elevators are great.
Hello, my name is Rick Coates. I'm Executive Director of EcoRing, which is a nonprofit that supports ecotourism and eco-travel. And of course, we support the North-South Greenway. You all asked some very penetrating and thoughtful questions, I thought, in a very reserved manner. Unfortunately, I don't have to be quite so reserved. What I observed was an engineering department here that was in open rebellion against the working group. One that does not take instructions. One that completely ignored your instructions from last time. Had its own agenda, not your agenda. It's unfortunate. I think I recognize stonewalling when I see it. I recognize when people are trying to run out the clock. I've seen all these kinds of bureaucratic techniques before. I hope you have some way of changing their behavior.
Hi, John Reed, Mayor of Fairfax, and alternate on this. We've heard a lot about safe and separate routes, and I wanted to bring up a couple of safe and separate things just so that they are on the radar One of them was something that I had a conversation earlier today with David Parisi about after the last week's and today. And there's some problems and challenges with it. We heard a lot about challenges, but I thought it was important to bring that up here so you know it's there. On the south side of the Warren Drive, there is a section south of the columns there that is elevated about 10 feet above the roadway, and you would have to probably get up above that point, and that's where you cross under the freeway, and you would have to be up higher, 23 feet above the roadway to have the 18-foot clearance plus the 5-foot per structure. To do that, and I wanted you to realize that that is something that would be a challenge, but it would be possible to go from the Santa Monica Trail to the section of the right-of-way next to the marsh. We also heard Bill Whitney talk about the challenges around the creek and dealing with a lot of the unknowns there, and I think that your question, Mr. Helmer, about an engineer signing off, and basically you're asking them to put their career on the line for a bunch of unknowns, and that's why you're not going to get that. I mean, to sign off, an engineer has to say, this absolutely positively will work, and without doing the research as to what is underneath and how strong that thing really is, you're not going to get an answer. It requires some study and some mind, betting on, well, maybe that'll work. One way to sidestep some of those things is we have an existing bed cap structure where the existing crossing of that is, we saw that as alternative 2 for the phase 2 ferry connection project. Well, it's definitely not preferable. It does connect with the existing pedestrian overcrossing, or it's close by. You probably need to do some property acquisition for ramps to make that work. These are all challenges, and this area is not without challenges, and it's really a question of which challenges you pick. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Robin Critter. I live in East Cormadera. I bike to work from East Cormadera to Terra Linda, and I make use of the paths that are currently the Cal Park Tunnel and the one near Lincoln. And I just wanted to say that I've really appreciated those, and I want to advocate for anything we can do to have an alternative to that 3-foot sidewalk getting to the ferry. I realize some of the other aspects of the project are a little controversial, but anything that we can do to, have an alternative to that would be deeply appreciated by me. And also, I'm happy to volunteer any time or effort to make that happen. And yeah, thanks everyone for your work on this. Thanks.
My name is Cheryl Lancianotti. I live in Corte Madera. My first remark, I'm passing on from Elizabeth Thomas Matei. She's a Mill Valley resident, and she had to leave. She noted that the East Blythedale example that Mr. Parisi kindly provided us about crosswalk treatments, he mentioned that it has improved safety there. Her remark is that there's constant near misses at that intersection, and that the crossing guard even has complained to her about that. It's near misses that keep people off their bikes and off their feet walking. So we need to really ensure safety for our children and for our elders, and the way to do that is with grade separation. Currently at Warno, I would consider that a gauntlet right now. Any addition of on-ramps, off-ramps will just make that, intensify that. You have the opportunity, I think, to make Warno a gateway, a true gateway to a wonderful marsh, a gateway to the wildlife there, an experience where people will want to ride their bike to the ferry, to San Rafael, and so on. So it's up to you to bite the bullet and make that difference, make that choice.
David Schomer, Transdev. We very much support the North-South Greenway and have put forward a proposal that would allow it to be built for many, many millions if certain studies prove to be successful. And this involves setting aside $5,000 or $10,000 to have an initial engineering analysis of the existing trestle structures. First, setting out a set of criteria. What criteria would be needed to make the structures known enough that decisions could be made based on fact? And studying those structures plus the existing bridge foundations. A small amount of money will determine whether there's enough there to look further and in more depth. But I believe that you could readily resolve that question. In terms of SMART, I was the one that got SMART to preserve the rail right-of-way south of the creek. And I'm very aware of the fact that SMART has no plans, even in the far future, to build on this. So the idea of doing an interim project makes complete sense if it enables you to save vast amounts of money now. I'd like to conclude with a point that didn't get captured in the staff presentation today. At an earlier meeting, I asked the question of David Parisi, what about connections between the SMART station and the Sir Francis Drake bus stops going east and west, north and south, et cetera, et cetera? What could we do if we wanted those to be superb? And unfortunately, we did not get an answer today. I asked you to put that on the list of things that you want answers to. Thank you very much.
Hi, Peter Chase from Corte Madera. Firstly, I wanted to say that I've never seen a bike path system that isn't a part of a community, becomes a part of its fabric and alters the way it functions. It absolutely does. Everything, Walnut Creek, everywhere. But I also wanted to say I appreciate the time and effort that all of you have put into this panel. The idea is to create a project outside of the build panel. That was the mandate of this group. There are competing interests at work on this project. The private sector jam staff and their consultants, each of your constituencies from which you were each elected to represent their interests, and thirdly, the community at large here, which is represented well and in the respondents to the project build plan. Each of you have a chance to do something special here for your individual communities, and it does not mean you have to do something in conflict with one another. I think there's something you can agree on here. Reduced plan options are viable, and you can come together with a plan. The working group does not have to reject viable, simple highway plans in order to have a great complete project. They're not mutually exclusive. Imagine what the headlines might say tomorrow, Marin IJ or your local papers. Even Dick Spotswood might come up and say, look what the working group did. They came together and they created a build plan of their own that didn't come in conflict with a bike plan and with the local communities. That can happen, and you guys can do it. You guys can say, straight up, you want to complete the north-south Greenway, you want to keep the POC, you want to install the undercrossings, and you will create a bicycle and pedestrian plan that will create a new generation of bicyclists and promote a system that will motivate people to get out of their cars and walk the area. Thank you very much.
Hi, Bob Ravazio, Corte Madera Town Council, also alternate to the working group. First off, thank all of you for all the time and energy you put in. Thanks to staff, thanks to David Parisi for showing us how the North and South Greenway can be accomplished. I thought that was a huge moment tonight in this meeting. I just want to make a couple of points, hopefully that other people haven't made. First, I wanted to talk about safety on the underpasses, which has come up as an issue. The Cal Park Tunnel has been open for a couple of years now. We haven't had problems. It's a quarter-mile long, and you can't see the other end when you go in. The underpasses we're talking about are 60 feet long at the longest, and you can't see the other end as soon as you go in. I think we can figure out how to keep them safe and how to keep them clean. The other point I wanted to make is the North-South Greenway is the one thing everybody agrees on. Every single community group you heard from, all the town councils, the school boards, So I started thinking, well, why is that? Why does everybody agree on it? And I think the answer is because it might actually help traffic. This is something that's going to get people out of cars, and onto other forms of transportation. If you're going to be able to ride from downtown San Rafael to Minky Park in Corte Madera without stopping on a bicycle, and you can pull off anywhere you want, we think it's going to get people out of cars onto bikes. More importantly, it's going to get students out of cars and onto bikes. So every student that's taking their bike to school is one that's not in a car at 8 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon, and we all know those are the worst traffic times. So thank you, and I hope you endorse the approaching this in 3 sections as Patrick Seidler endorsed. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, my name is Thomas Jakowitz, and I'm here to support this North-South Greenbrae wholeheartedly. I'm also here to support the POC, and I'm not here to support the 10 million north because it accomplishes absolutely nothing. And we talented the 10 designers for the last 5-6 years, and there seems to be tone deaf and blind.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Walker, and I've been principal at Yale Cummins Elementary School, and now I have the honor of being the principal of the Cove School, which is scheduled to open a year from now at the intersection of Paradise Drive and Wilton Heights. So I used to live in East Corte Madera when I worked at Yale Cummins. I've moved to Larkspur, now I'm working at Cove. I'm very familiar with going back and forth from East to West Corte Madera. I also have 4 children who live in my house and love to ride their bikes to school in the morning. So I'd like to say that the most important thing for us, Larkspur Corte Madera School District, is to have a safe way for those students to get from West Corte Madera to the Cove School, because we have 200 students who are going to be living in the neighborhood, but at its full capacity, after Phase 2 building, we'll need 475 students at that school, which means we have 275 coming across in that direction. And like Bob said, every single one of those that is on a bike is not in a car. And anyone who has done Yale Cummins drop-off or pickup, or even seen it, knows how precious that is and how important that is to us. So please, I emphasize that you look at all the options, and I trust that you have studied a lot and know more than I do about the best solution. From what I've heard, the underpasses sound like a good solution. I want to thank you for your time, and I want to thank you for trying to overcome the obstacles and problem solve. It's worth it, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Martha Giracchi. I live on the Greenbrae Boardwalk. I want to thank you for your work on this. I'm remembering as I'm standing here waiting to speak that a year ago it really felt like pedestrian overcrossing was going to go. It was a very sort of depressing feeling to see this facility that I've used for 30 plus years to commute to the city, to walk, maybe possibly going. And it's really wonderful to see that this working group has been able to bring back some of these hopes I think that we all have. And I certainly think that all of our pent-up demand for pedestrian and bicycle facilities are expressed in this process, and I respect your attention to it. I just wanted to say something a little more for transit. There's been only a couple of statements about the transit riders, and I think that is very important, of course, as are the pedestrian facilities, and we shouldn't forget those both north of the creek and at the Lucky bus pads. Thank you.
I'm representing Bryn Audubon Society, as I think you all know, we are a group that does not support the Greenway. So I think that the reason it appears that everybody does is that actually we were not contacted, unfortunately, by the Marin Deserves Better or the bikers after it was too late, after they had developed their plan. We were kind of informed, but unfortunately, we were not involved in the development of the plan. And as we usually recommend to developers, it's unfortunate that they didn't consider the environmental constraints earlier on, because that's a smart thing to do when you're trying to develop something. So now it's going to come back, and you will find that, as Bill has alluded to, that there are problems. One thing I wanted to mention about CEQA is that it sounded as though Bill was saying that you could look at the different trail segments individually. You will not be able to do that. That would be segmenting the project. We don't think there's enough room there to do this, and certainly the endangered species haven't been considered. The little marsh that was affected by the Central Marin Ferry Connector is nothing like this one. This one has major nesting endangered species, and it doesn't seem like that's being considered at all. And I did want to say something about the Mill Valley Path. I'm glad it was brought up, actually. The Mill Valley Path is there because that's where the railroad was. It would never be able to be developed today. And in terms of its effect on the marsh, it has significant effect on the marsh. It looks like a lot of marsh is there, but there's no endangered species in it. And there's much less wildlife here than Corte Madera Marsh. And undoubtedly that's the reason why. So we look forward to your taking the same, sure that something could be developed to provide safe routes to school for all these children without violating our good heritage of protecting the environment. Thanks.
My name is Scott Stokes. I've worked for a number of transportation planning agencies. I worked for the CTA for 6 years. I feel for you for trying to divide this plan into individual components and discuss them separately. Impossible. I have to look at it as a whole systematic system. Transit, multimodal, and of course the automobile. We have not done that. For the last 4.5 years, that over there is Plan Simple, totally unified. It has a transit center. If you lose that space, you're in trouble. The north-south Greenway, outstanding. Again, you should have an international design competition for Corte Madera Creek design of a bridge. International design competition. 1 minute, thank you. When I designed Plan Simple a number of years ago, I moved the pathway on Warnham to the north side for various reasons. The most obvious is the new southbound ramp and northbound access on the south side of Warnham does not interfere with it. If you talk about straight paths, you've got it on the north side. You have an overcrossing over Redwood Highway, period. And on Camel Vista, you take your pick, whatever you want. I suggest right off my top of my head, you realign Warnham slightly to the south at that intersection and build another elevated overcrossing over it. Straight as an arrow, if you want to see. Go ahead and look at Plan Simple. Again, do not try to analyze these piece by piece. It has to be a unified working system so everything wins. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members of the working group. Andy Perry from the Marin County Bicycle Coalition. You have a letter passed out to you from Marin County Bicycle Coalition, the other town, the San Francisco Bay Trail and Marin deserves better. I wanted to point a couple of things out about that letter. The first being that the 3 items that we have on here at the bottom of the first page, the underpasses is number 1, the trail behind Trader Joe's along the smart right-of-way number 2, and the bridge overcrossing number 3. Each of those is in priority. They're listed as priorities for us. And we urge that the recommendation that comes from the working group move forward on all 3 of them. Regarding the point that was just made about segmentation, I wanted to be very clear to all of you that each one of those has independent utility, and this idea of segmentation, that you're somehow swindling CEQA by doing things separately, is not the case here. Each one of these stands alone and can be a separate transportation portion of infrastructure for bicycle pedestrian use. There's been some preference here for using the freeway overcrossing to get across Corte Madera Creek. And I really want to urge you to support the separate crossing of Corte Madera Creek. As was indicated earlier, the original price estimates on those were not very far apart. Fear of challenges or concerns of not getting permits or not a reason to not move forward, those are a lot of knots. So to spin it a different way, I want to encourage creativity, courage, and vision to close this major gap in the North-South Greenway. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Banish, Executive Director of the Marin County Bicycle Coalition. You've heard from many of my constituents today and through your many, many meetings that you've had on this. People who really care about safe walking and biking in our county, and these are your constituents as well. My message to you today is really a big thank you. I'm very, very appreciative that all of you have stayed the course and have been involved with all these public meetings and have really heard the constituents of Marin County who are very interested in safe circulation. There's a huge opportunity here to improve the North-South Greenway with the best possible safe circulation options available. They may include undercrossings, they may include overcrossings. This is a momentous time for Marin to do a fantastic job at creating a world-class walking and biking community. And I really thank you for your participation in all of this. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'd just like to make an announcement that the last person in line be the last person to speak. We have another public hearing coming. Lots of opportunity to continue talking. Thank you.
My name is Heather Siebert. I'm a resident of Corte Madera. I'm here to support the North-South Greenway and to just encourage you to consider ages 8 to 80 and when going forward with any sort of building that we're doing here, especially with the word of undercrossing or whatever it happens to be, as long as it's not 8 lanes of on and off ramp for a freeway. And I would just like to kind of echo what people are saying about their gratitude for listening and really working hard and having the courage to make us really proud of our community. And I thank you.
Hi, Maureen Gaffney with the San Francisco Bay Trail Project, and I will be brief. I want to thank Color Condon for her support of the phasing proposed by the Bay Trail, MCBC, Marin Reserves Better Transportation Alternatives for Marin, which uses regional money to begin the environmental review on this really important project. And thank you to so many working group members and members of the public for rallying behind the Central Marin Ferry Connection Phase 2 project. TAM staff knows how to build great bike ped infrastructure. We've seen it, we're using it. Keltmark Hill Tunnel, we're about to see it with Phase 1. Phase 2 is a logical follow-on. And we hope that the working group will further support their great work by directing them to complete this gap in the regional 9-county San Francisco Bay Trail, the North-South Greenway, Central Marin Ferry Connection. Now is the time to embrace these great alternative transportation options and provide the facilities that the community clearly desires. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much for your comments. We have requested the working group rather than having a discussion now about bike ped unless someone feels moved to make a statement. We're going to move now to review and recommendation of northbound Highway 101 as agenda item number 6.
Madam Chair, I have a question for that regarding what alternatives would be included in an environmental review of the Central Marin Ferry Connection Phase 2. Would that include all of the alternative routes that were displayed on the board that Bill would need to review as part of that environmental review? 1B, 1A, 1B, 1C, I think it was identified in previous studies.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane Steinhauser from the team. And I think that the best answer is yes.
It's a
And we talked quite a bit today about the undercrossings in the central, the north-south Greenway. But for instance, Marine Reserve's Better Plan had about 14 different components to it, all in the project area, and having to do with roadways and things like that. There were other submissions. So are we not going to be discussing those? Are we not? Right. So just curious what's going on with that.
If I could, we had a meeting with the Reserve Better and the Bay Trail and West Coast Coalition, and they told us our priority was the north-south Greenway. So we certainly focused our attentions on that. A lot of the improvements at intersections and things, they are in the jurisdictions of Larkspur and Port Madera, and certainly are available to the jurisdictions for improvements. But we wanted to focus our attention and your attention on the priorities as we were told by the advocates.
Well, just to clarify, those types of issues were addressed in the TAM build plan. So I just don't understand why they wouldn't also be addressed in any recommendation that the TAM board ultimately makes to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And since we are coming up with our plans to advise the TAM board, I just don't understand why we're not including those kinds of things as well.
I understand that. We'll have that discussion when we have a discussion about our recommendations to TAM. How about that? Does that work? All right, so let's move on now to agenda item number 6 and discuss some of the northbound Highway 101 options.
Yes, Madam Chair. Last meeting, working group member Brad Marsh brought a new alternative to our attention to look at. We, as a technical team, have met with Caltrans and worked through that proposal. In the interest of time, we'll be very brief. We have a two-slide PowerPoint. One is basically the PowerPoint that would depict the as proposed alternative by Mr. Marsh. And then the other alternative is something that we have looked at, and based on the comments we've received from Caltrans, we are proposing some modifications for your consideration. So with that said, I'd like to turn that over to Kai Chan.
Hi, I'm Kai Chan. I want to mention that in the supplemental information, there is a handout letter that includes exhibits of what we're going to be talking about on the slide. So can someone move forward to the slide? At the last meeting, we had a really good discussion about freeway design options, and Mr. Brad Marsh suggested us to look at, actually quick by the answer, what if we were to remove the one-on-one ramp? Sorry. Well, let me backtrack a little bit. Let me just explain what it is. Mr. Brad Marsh suggested that we look at a concept of extending the access lane from Tampines Interchange, extending that north, and connecting that directly to industrial, and removing the industrial on-ramp, and then having an on-ramp from Warner. That lane will also continue to connect to the off-ramp to Sir Francis Drake. So that concept was very intriguing in terms of what Mr. Brad Marsh was looking at. He was actually looking at ways to solve this issue of pedestrian bike crossing on Warner. However, with this particular design, it had the same problems that we know from some of the previous design, that this distance is very short. With an on-ramp here and an off-ramp, you have very similar traffic operation issues. And so we went back and talked to the team and also talked to Caltrans as well. And actually taking the concept that Mr. Brad Moss suggested, we advanced to the next option. I'd like to touch on that real quickly. This might be a little hard to see, but what it is, it's the same concept. Basically, we remove the one-off ramp and we kept the braided ramp design. What we found is that with any design in this section here to south that we need to braid the ramp. This is also what the Berlin Desert Better came up with as well in terms of their concept. However, they only had a one-lane off-ramp that connected to a two-lane CD road, and they also separated the one-on ramp to freeway. The only issue with the Berlin Desert Better option is that there wasn't enough lane capacity. And so go back to a 2-lane off-ramp that opens up to a 3-lane section before it splits off to the west and east, and also add a hook off-ramp here and on-ramp. This would resolve the issue of not having an off-ramp at one. And so what that does is it frees up this entire area, this project, in terms of what you can do with crossing at the off-ramp. So we're currently studying that. I think there's a lot of problems with that design, and we're talking to Caltrans. There are some right-of-way impacts, but we don't want to extend that till we fully develop the geometric and get Caltrans input in the design. So we're at a point where this looks very promising.
So back to the original proposal that I had suggested last week. I certainly do understand, and Bill Whitney called Friday and explained to me that there was an issue with the weaving and the on-ramp being so close to the off-ramp. And certainly I don't know enough about the distance that's required in order to get there. Approximately what distance would be an appropriate distance between an on-ramp and an off-ramp here?
Yeah, again, it's a function of the volumes. What you currently have for the design is about 300 to 400 feet. That's all you have. You need more like 1,600 feet in order to have the standard design distance. What you actually have is a merge section that comes off to a off-ramp and industrial. And that distance is too short where the off-ramp traffic may back up into the freeway.
So, 1,600 feet, really that long?
Yeah, that's the standard for a weaving section. But in your situation, you have a merge. You have freeway on-ramp merging, and then getting off immediately to industrial. So it's not exactly a weaving section, it's a merge, traffic getting off.
Okay, so one of the other things that I was trying to accomplish with just throwing that idea out there was that we would still be able to preserve the original pedestrian overcrossing. And so as a part of this whole braided concept, there seems to be a lot of extra lanes still there in the way you draw it up that would require that to be demolished. And our council just passed a resolution, so our council as a whole has spoken that we'd like to maintain that structure. Is there a way? And I think this is part of the conversation that I was, hoping to have all along throughout this process. Is there a way to preserve that overcrossing and still improve the freeway northbound? And so I gave my best shot. It's clearly not meeting somebody's standards, but I think I would still be in favor of something that helps the traffic situation and preserves the pedestrian crossing. So, respecting your comments and your judgment that this doesn't work, is there anything else that can be done?
I have a follow-up question to that before you answer. There are elements here, and I've had a few discussions with staff as well as my colleagues. There seem to be elements here that would imply somewhat a traffic circle kind of configuration at that location. I know you haven't had a chance to diagram that, and we may end up asking for you to bring that back to the town board. But is there a way for you to describe what a traffic circle diameter and placement would be like in that location?
Okay, sure. The question was concerning a traffic circle at the industrial off-ramp and on-ramps at that intersection. And actually, that's a very good option in terms of when you have multiple ramps or streets coming together. In this case here, we do have multiple legs. In terms of the circle, it's a matter of how big is that circle and how much volume that you have. A typical traffic circle for heavy volume is 150 feet in radius. However, this particular one is a city street, so the volume is less, and so it could be a smaller circle. However, when you look at the intersection, that's what the design team is looking at. What can we fit in that intersection there with minimum right-of-way impact? We do have to deal with the car wash and the gas station, but we're looking at trying to make it as small as possible and make it work.
Would it be more in the order of 100 feet?
Again, I'd like to answer that question for you, but it's a function of the traffic volumes.
Well, I'm going to make a specific request through the chair that we have you look at that specifically so that we can flesh that idea out. Because I do think that might be one improvement that forgetting the private property impacts for the moment, but I think there's real promise.
So that would be great if the staff would love to look at that.
All right, so that would be your recommendation to take the tandem that's on the list.
To further discuss it instead of, if this is the last working group meeting, it would have to be.
Yes, please, Kate.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that because I asked the first question I was to, and you answered the second one, I'm wondering if there is any answer to the first one.
Is there a project?
Yeah, is there any project northbound that we can put there that will preserve the pedestrian overcrossing? I know that there have been a lot of different options studied. I've studied as many of those as have been put in front of me, but I'm sure there were even more that were on the back of napkins and things like that. And so I'm just asking because I think that's what most people want.
Okay. Okay, let me answer that based on looking at all the factors that I have looked at through the years with the team. Again, there's consideration of traffic, geometric standards, safety, tort liability issues. It goes on and on. So the answer is no.
Let me just make sure I understand. So we couldn't just take like one lane off somewhere or change something and be able to preserve that?
Well, what you do is you're compromising one thing for another.
Well, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Yes, I know. And however, do you compromise so much that, well, do you take right away to build the pedestrian crossing? Do you take away laning to build that? So based on, like I said, the traffic operations, the geometric standards, the need to build a safe facility, from what I have seen, there was a sufficient way you could save it. And I looked at all of them when these are better options as well. So the option that currently this one here offers is the opportunity where you have some multiple alternatives in terms of how you want to deal with the BOC, the crossing, the equity crossings. So I think this one has a lot of problems in terms of opportunities for finding solution that addresses multiple considerations.
So it seems to me if we want to both address congestion issues and save the POC, we have to be looking at replacing the POC.
Yes.
That's the only way.
That's the only way, yes. And David presented some options. However, as you notice, there's right-of-way impacts of those options. There's environmental impacts, so those have to be factored into the cost and the decision in terms of which option is best.
But that doesn't mean it has to be taken off the table.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that should be taken off. I think it's a good thing to consider that and have that as part of the project. What I'm saying that there's considerations that you have to factor. The question was asked to me, can we keep the existing pedestrian overcrossing and meet all the design considerations? And the answer is no.
So hold on. So I just want to make sure I'm really clear because that was an added piece in there. I'm not worried about the existing design at all, or the existing build plan. I'm asking just pretend that the freeway is just how it is and we're 13 years ago. And I'm saying to you, can you improve our freeway and save the pedestrian overcrossing? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand the question. Is keeping the existing freeway the way it is?
Well, improving the freeway a little bit, or maybe a little bit more. Well, I'm asking how. It's clear to me that I tried. I gave it my shot. You saw what happened. And so I'm trying to ask, because I'm not smart enough to figure it out. I'm asking, can we preserve the pedestrian overcrossing and improve the northbound freeway in any way?
Oh, when I said how, I meant what does improve mean?
Okay, yeah, I'd be happy to do that. So improve congestion, so that maybe there's some debate over whether or not getting more cars on the Circumvention Strait will matter, but if there was a way to do that. But ultimately, just that bottleneck that seems to disappear after this intersection over in the Santa Fe. And also, I guess, to add one more thing, I'll talk off the top of my head here, but we all want the traffic going on Sir Francis Strait into the Ross Valley to be alleviated.
Let me see if I make sure I understand the question. Okay. Again, the question is, can we do incremental improvements that will improve the freeway? And again, are we designed for year 2035, for year 2005, 2010, so on? So the answer is, you can do little operational improvements but you don't get all the benefit that you're trying to achieve through your 2035.
And I'm searching for a compromise where we'll get some benefit. You may not get 2035 benefit, but maybe we'll get 2025 benefit.
Okay.
And so
Fair enough.
that would improve life for everybody, and that's what I'm asking about.
Okay, fair enough. And so I'm saying from Tampines to going north will help the capacity issue on the freeway from Tampines to Warren. However, that's what all you do. You increase the capacity, so some of that traffic will be able to move further north. Now, that's good for a time frame. It won't be good for to year 2035 because of incremental improvements.
Alice?
And so you're talking about phasing your work, phasing improvements, so that eventually you get the ultimate project. That makes a lot of sense.
You know, we haven't examined the auxiliary lane as a standalone, but we could definitely bring that information back.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not sure that you can bring the information back to me, because I think this is our last meeting. But, I mean, there's got to be, except for maybe for council, there's got to be a way, maybe I'm just not asking the question, I'm trying really hard, and I'm not always great at communicating, I'm just telling you. But I'm just trying to find, what other things can we do? I mean, there's some little bit of space there that we could improve somewhat the freeway. I feel it in my heart, I just don't know. Give us an option that we can vote on other than the full build plan or nothing. Give us something.
Can we talk more about your plan revised, even though, just to understand it a little better?
Absolutely. People should feel free to talk whatever they want. I'm just trying to find out, because I don't...
No, I'm right, Brad, I hear what you're saying. You're looking for a solution that makes improvements, that meets the challenges we are trying to address in terms of relieving congestion, improving safety on the freeway, and maintaining the POC. And I don't know that we've come up with anything yet that makes a significant improvement and allows the POC to stand up. And I just think that everybody out here should know, nobody wants to take down the POC. We're trying to make some improvements on the freeway for bike ped, and unfortunately we have yet to come up with something that preserves the POC. But that doesn't mean we can't replace the POC and make other improvements. Just can we talk through Brad Marsh's plan so I understand it a little better, because I think it is a improvement on in terms of it does simplify the 1.5 diamond revised, and I want to know more about what you came up with. And so on first screen, in terms of traffic implications, the traffic engineers felt it was okay in terms of impact to the Warren area, and if you could just talk a little bit about that, and then also where are the transit stops? Where would the bus stops be and transit stops with this device?
Let me backtrack a little bit to this slide here. The past 2 meetings we've been talking about issues relating to operations. There's 2 issues. To really summarize it, there's 2 major issues. The existing freeway has a leading problem here. And we looked at various ways to avoid or solve that leading problem. The best way to do that is to eliminate it. Any other all fares options that we looked at, either the meeting distance was too short for the amount of traffic volume getting off, or using that facility, and that's a problem.
Could you just talk about the Brad Marsh plan revised? If it's working with regards to traffic options, does it deal with the separating the traffic going to Los Valley and Bridge? And I mean, does it achieve improvements, significant improvements?
Yes. Okay, this plan, I've been asked to do some things here. Let me go back a little bit to describe what the system we all follow with this. The proposal is to add outside 101 going north from the on-ramp to Tampines. Could continue to the north, then there will be 2-lane off-ramp that's graded with 2-lane on-ramp at this location. The grading solves the really problem of freeway. Now, that 2-lane off-ramp comes off and is separated from the freeway. Now, there's a connection, an off-ramp to industrial and on-ramp to industrial. And then as you continue, it picks up the 3 lanes at that point. That addresses the volume, the demand, capacity needs, and continue and splits 2 lanes to the west and 2 lanes to the east. And so the design looks at the volume of traffic getting off. It addresses the right lane overload issue and allow for travel movement to the west and to the east. Now, all this is done in connection with signage so that traffic in the appropriate lane when it makes a movement. But what this design does is that it took away an off-ramp by one. The volume of that off-ramp is so small, about 300 cars per hour. And so by this 2-lane off-ramp and the facility we have has a good chance of handling all that additional traffic. In fact, it looks very promising in terms of having an intersection here or a traffic circle. That will handle the traffic. The traffic at Warner and at the Warner Redwood Highway intersection would be similar to existing conditions in terms of operations. So this design actually does a great thing. It addresses the reading problem of having a greater ramp. You need a greater ramp to do that for long term. It also adds an office lane that addresses the capacity issue on the freeway that allow traffic to move forward to the section. If you do not do those things, you'll continue to have congestion on the freeway that's going to back up.
Okay, and then just transit stops?
The transit stops, with the current design, we have transit stop at the off-ramp to Warner. Now, that also, now that you have the off-ramp, the transit stop would be probably best served somewhere in this location at the industrial intersection. So it could be at the intersection or between the Councilman like this, between the off and on ramp, or it could be off along the traffic circle.
So somewhere closer to one.
Somewhere in that area.
Where
Exactly.
it exists today.
Exactly.
Wait, just a minute, because Dan and wants to then you then.
What is the structure for this graded ramp?
Oh, this is similar to the existing. Where we showed at the last meeting, we had a structure and visual simulation showing it. We're the same height as that.
When you use the word existing, what are you referring to?
The existing, the traffic environment document northbound option in terms of that.
Similar to the build project application.
Yeah, the build project, yes. And the height's about 2 to 3 feet above the water off-ramp over crossing.
Yes, with the Tom.
Kai, on this one, you mentioned that for, I think, words to the effect of for bike and pedestrian, it'll be similar to what it is today. But you do have an on-ramp to a freeway, so is that, do you have any thoughts on the impact to pedestrians and bicyclists crossing Warnham? What the difference might be? Would there be increased traffic crossing there, or would it be truly similar to what it is today?
In terms of crossing on on-ramp or off-ramp, the preference here would be to put pedestrian bikes on the south side, because you don't have the off-ramp.
Pedestrian ones.
And bike facilities of the crosswalk, road connection to the north-south greenway, it makes more sense to be on the south side. With the on-ramp, you have cars trying to accelerate onto the on-ramp to get onto the freeway. Whereas on the off-ramp situation, cars are coming to a stop. And David shows some of the things that we can do in terms of mitigating the issue of crossing there. With this option, you open up the entire quadrant where you could also have a mid-street crossing as well. And Dave touched on that a little bit. Or you could do, you have so many more options in terms of making that work, in terms of keeping safe pedestrian and bike crossing on the south side of Warner. And it connects nicely to San Market Trail and also makes that connection to the north-south greenway.
Yes.
Thank you. This plan seems to me to be almost identical to the TAM bill, with only the exception of the off-ramp being shifted to industrial. So as people are looking at this, I think it's important for them to see that the black segment, over the arrows pointed right there, right into the yeah, right, the elevated structure, that actually will be quite a bit longer than just that small section that's indicated in black. So we are talking still, 2 elevated lanes all the way north. And there was something else that caught my eye. At the bottom right there, you talk about 2-lane off-ramp to eastbound Sir Francis Drake. And you say this about the TAM build also. Now, it's 2 lanes, but by the time it gets to East Sir Francis Drake, there's only 1 lane that actually turns east, just like we have today. And I don't understand how you can call that a 2-lane off-ramp to eastbound Sir Francis Drake when there's only 1 lane that can turn east.
Let me clarify that. Currently, there's the off-ramp to Drake is 2 lanes. It comes to a free right turn lane that goes to eastbound on Sir Francis Drake. And there's also a bus lane that crosses that intersection. Not bus lane, but traffic crosses the intersection, go northbound. And that's one of the problems we're trying to solve, is to take traffic off of that. Now that movement is gone, you have much more flexibility in terms of how you want to design the intersection. It could be designed as a 2-lane off-ramp at the intersection, and that's what you want to do in terms of putting more capacity on East Sir Francis Street. I want to think, may I talk about the volume of the numbers, because you could do it.
I think that's really important, because anybody that drives that area in the afternoon knows that the problem is not getting the cars off the off-ramp. The problem is getting the cars through East Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And also, you talk about, 2 lanes turning right. Are you talking about widening East Sir Francis Drake Boulevard in that location? Because currently it's only 2 lanes. So you have the free right, and then you have the cars coming from Greenbrae, in the left lane. So if you're going to have 2 lanes turning right, are you saying that the Greenbrae traffic is going to have a longer light? Or are you going to, how would you work that so that you're balancing 2 lanes turning right and you still got a whole bunch of folks coming through?
Sure, I might be able to briefly address that. Again, mapping is part of the project team. With regards to the 2-lane off-ramp and how that goes to Sir Francis Drake, there's the volumes today of people doing that in the afternoon, which is obviously the peak period. It's 1,000 to 1,200 vehicles that want to do that right turn. That, based on the forecast that we've been looking at, would increase to around 1,700 vehicles. And that's been shown in some of the previous presentations. That's about, it's on the border of whether you would need a single lane ramp and connecting to Sir Francis Drake, or if it would need to be 2 lanes. Now, in the work that's been done previously as part of the previous environmental document, the study showed that could work as 1 lane, as it does today. So it would be 2 lanes going off. There would be some sort of a hatched area that would allow emergency vehicles and buses to proceed straight through the Sir Francis Drake intersection to the bus stops and to get on to northbound 101. However, as part of this option, either the Brad Marsh revised plan or the draft environmental document plan, where traffic going to 101 would be getting on at Warnham, you would no longer need that. So all of the traffic that would be using that 2-lane off-ramp to eastbound Sir Francis Drake would be going to eastbound Sir Francis Drake. Now that could be 1 lane. We think there's enough room that it could be 2 lanes if there was a strong desire to make it 2 lanes as you go approaching the Larkspur Landing intersection. We haven't looked at the detailed right of way, but because that eastbound Sir Francis Drake does widen to, I believe, 5 lanes approaching the Larkspur Landing intersection, there appears to be some room to work with. Maybe we'll narrow some of the lane widths approaching the intersection if there was a desire to make it 2 lanes. However, I would say again that single lane right turn is something that worked in the previous operational studies, so we could take another look at it if there's an effect.
Okay, except it doesn't work now, so I don't understand how it's going to work with even more volume. And I just think it's really important for us all to consider. We're talking about a huge project here to deal with increased traffic in the future, and we're still not talking about the fact that all these folks are using a surface road going multiple stoplights. It's a 4-lane road, 2 lanes in each direction. They go down a single lane to take them from one freeway to the other. And then they just get backed up on the Richmond Bridge because the Richmond Bridge doesn't have enough throughput where it needs 580. So I just feel like the more I look at all these kinds of things, we haven't yet come to a design that really works. And I don't know how we get there. I don't think the Greenbrae corridor is a location where a few fixes can solve the problem. The problem is bigger than the Greenbrae corridor.
We have a member who has to leave and would like to make a comment.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't realize this meeting was going to go longer. And I have a Ross Valley Fire District board meeting at 7 o'clock. So we're doing labor negotiations and also participating in selecting a new fire chief. So I have to unfortunately attend that. But what I would just add is just a couple of thoughts. And I would imagine I won't get much applause from the audience on this one. So living in the Ross Valley, most of that very large population is dependent on that exit. And anyone can know, everyone I think who travels through there every single day knows that the congestion is getting worse. And so when I look at it, I don't balance it of how do I save the POC? Is there some tweak we can make to solve the POC? I approach it as what can we do on a congestion to manage the congestion through that intersection, while at the same time getting some, hopefully, bike and pedestrian improvements for the corridor, not necessarily per se saving the POC at all costs, but looking at what other improvements we can make, including doing some things for facilitating the north-south greenway. So what I've gathered from all of this is that one major improvement, and I see it on a lot of the plans, including Rendezer's Better, as well as the TAM plan, as well as the revised Brad Marsh plan, which I think actually has a lot of possibility here, which is an auxiliary lane. I think I would advocate for recommending to TAM that they move ahead with a plan that has an auxiliary lane. And yes, there are some questions about whether it's 2 or 1 lane, and I hear that the passion from some folks about, the TAM plan on the auxiliary lane, they don't think it'll work. I hear from the experts, the people who studied this, that it will. It'll address the weaving problem as well as some other improvements. So I would advocate for that. I like the revised Brad Marsh plan, which has been discussed here, because of the crossing at Wernham. It seems to address a lot of the concern that was raised about from bicycle and pedestrian, people very concerned about crossing with bicycles and pedestrians because you no longer have a freeway exit there, which I don't think anybody, or it doesn't seem reasonable to me that you'd have a safe and secure crossing that is crossing right at the bottom of a freeway exit. However, with this revised plan, it seems to take that away, and there seem to be a lot from, as David Parisi outlined, a lot of things you can do that will provide, safe and secure crossing there, not only just at that particular exit, or particular crossing, but further down the Redwood Highway. And I would also advocate for bringing it to the TAM board, exploring the feasibility and answering some of the questions that have been raised about an undercrossing. If it could be feasible, I would support an undercrossing there as well. And that could address some of the concerns. But I hear some of the concerns by the experts that there's some challenges with it. I don't think we're going to solve that here, but I would like, I think there are some real possibilities for the crossing there, including potentially an undercrossing. So I would support going back to the TAM board with a recommendation that if feasible and fits within whatever cost parameters they're working keep saying it, but I think that there's some great improvements here. And, at the same time with the POC, if, I've looked at we've discussed the stats on who uses the POC, and I realize for folks that live right near there, that it's really important. I want to make sure we do either through undercrossings or something else at Warnham, something that would be, an easy and safe crossing for them. Yes, it might not be the POC, but there's such a huge traffic congestion problem getting on and off at Sir Francis Drake that there are tens of thousands of people going through that intersection. And, when I balance that with the 500 or 600 people that use the POC, it's a cost benefit that you look at, and we've got to address this. And I just don't want to have the whole thing blow up because people are saying, well, we got to preserve that POC, and so we're not going to do any traffic improvements there. And I just hope we focus on that.
I want to pick up on where Diane first with respect to congestion. I spend a lot of time in the mornings and in the afternoons along this section of the freeway on foot and on my bike for the sole purpose of getting my head wrapped around exactly what's going on out there without having to be a traffic engineer. And my conclusion, picking up where Diane was going, is that the impacts of bridge traffic on Sir Francis Drake are what is causing the congestion, especially northbound in the airport. The best solution to congestion reduction is to get those cars off of the Sir Francis Drake. There's only one way to do that, and with apologies to our friends in San Rafael, I think we're going to have a discussion about how to directly connect freeway to freeway at the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. It's inevitable, and starting this Wednesday when the Bay Bridge closes, we're going to get a chance to see exactly what that plan looks like. So I think there are things we can do in the interim. I think we're on to several items that might be acceptable, such as auxiliary lanes, etc. I don't think Brad Marsh is in favor of the graded ramp as shown on the Brad Marsh plan. Brad can speak for himself. But I do think there are some things we can do in the interim, looking down the line, knowing that a freeway-to-freeway solution is inevitable. It might be 5, it might be 7 years, it might be 10 years. I'll stick around and try to work on that with our friends in San Rafael and the Ross Valley, because I think that's where the congestion probably lies. But in the meantime, I think there are some things we can do where it makes sense for all of us without having big elevated structures and big, tall retaining walls. Because I think those are the elements that are attracting such negative response, both in the public comments previously and today. So, Diane, I hope that Corte Madera and Larkspur can work together and with San Rafael and with the Ross Valley and what the true solution is here. But in the meantime, we've got some work to do where we can make things better today and solve the politics of the solution for tomorrow.
All right, thank you. I want to point out that this is the time for us to just get some more information and ask questions. I asked Tom to speak only because he has to leave. And actually, we're going to have a public hearing and then come back and talk about both bike path and the northbound improvements as a package, because some of the options impact some of the other options. Yes. All right, Carla, but there will be an opportunity to speak after the public hearing.
Okay, I'll wait till the public.
Thanks. All right, does anyone in the public like to speak at this time? So you forgive me for fumbling the word options. Thank you, Scott.
My pleasure, of course, Alex. You know, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to graphics like that. I'm fully embarrassed that this county can't come up with a graphic that shows the individual lanes, like that plan simple has for 4.5 years. So you know what's going to happen. Very clearly, we talk about the one lane that goes down to the exit for Sir Francis Drake. One that narrows to one lane, that's a bottleneck. We can take care of it. It takes care of it. Matter of fact, the auxiliary lane on Plan Simple feeds 3 lanes going into that Y, where that auxiliary lane can go right or left. There is no pinch point, there is no one lane. And more importantly, at the bottom of the ramp, if anybody's ever looked at it, I have only received one question about Plan Simple in 4 years, and I got it from you, but the answer was on the worksheet that I submitted. That's all right. You can ask me anything you want. At the bottom of that ramp, there's actually 2 turning lanes to the right. When the light goes green, there's no problem to have 2 lanes. One feeds the far end, one feeds the near end. Simple. That's why it's called Plan Simple. Remember, the third lane, the center lane of the 3 lanes going in that direction can go right or left at the line. And of course, the key thing is that the northbound traffic that's crossing under at Warren, which of course that's why it's crossing under Warren, to get to the east side so we can go north. Again, it turns right, unencumbered, without stopping, loops around and goes north and does not interfere. Brad, we had the right idea. We just had to move that ramp, on-ramp, northbound, further south. Please, if anybody wants to talk about it, I'm willing to. I'm embarrassed for that.
Hi, my name is John Robbins. I live in the Corte Madera area. Just starting with this schematic that's up here, where they start the auxiliary lane, TAM has always started at the second on-ramp at Town Pius. But anybody that actually drives on that road is familiar with 101 coming north. They recognize that the brake lights start with the first on-ramp to Town Pius. But for some reason, TAM can't figure out that that's an issue. So that's the first place the blockage happens. Now, the most obvious problem has already been addressed, that we need an intertie between 580 and 101. But in the interim, I'd actually like to, Dan's been sitting over here so quiet, nothing to say, but I'd like to ask you a question, Dan. Where Sir Francis Drake merges into 580 going across the Richmond Bridge, there's about 2,000 feet of paved surface along there that would make fine third lane right along there that is not a third lane, which would allow that much more distance for the merging. And the merging is what causes the tie-up. Causes the tie-up right up here at the Greenbrae interchange, because there's no place for the cars to go, because they're backed up trying to get on to the bridge. Can you answer that question?
Can I just ask that staff hold answers to your question until we have the complete public input?
All right.
We'll get Dave's answer.
All right, I hope you are able to answer it, because that's fundamental to this, because all the plan that's been put out here does not address the real congestion issue, which is where Sir Francis Drake meets 101.
Steve Carter, Indiana. I'm just speaking for myself now. If it were at all possible that the 2 exit lanes going to Sir Francis Drake could relieve the congestion problem, it would be worth tearing down the POC. There are 2 untruths in the description you're being given about how those 2 lanes were functioning. First of all, whether you have 1 lane turning right onto Sir Francis Drake, 2 lanes, 3 lanes, 4 lanes, there's nowhere for those cars to go. The most you could accomplish is you could put a few more cars onto Sir Francis Drake. That doesn't make less congestion, that makes more congestion. And the second thing, and this is a big one, and it's a little harder to understand, they're saying they have 2 lanes coming off that can both have cars going to eastbound Sir Francis Drake. At the last meeting, one of the consultants described how at some point they were going to have to use striping or something to get the eastbound cars out of the left lane so they don't interfere with the traffic going to Ross Valley. What they have admitted is the only way to really do that is to separate them from the very beginning. Nobody has explained to us how a car in the left lane doing 45 miles an hour can make a lane change into the right lane, which is doing 5 miles an hour, with first slowing to 5 miles an hour. There is no other way to do it. When that car slows to 5 miles an hour, every car behind him slows to 5 miles an hour, and the people trying to get to Ross Valley are locked in that gridlock.
David Schoenberg, Transdev. Councilmember First, I think, got it really right, that the issues involved in the corridor are far beyond Highway 101, and this group, this working group, has not come up with a structure to enable you to address that. I'm seeing a series of solutions, starting with the proposal from Mayors Phillips and Hilmer to add an eastbound lane to East Sir Francis Drake, potentially using existing pavement. A second issue, I don't think the problem with traffic backing up at the bridge is the merge. I think the problem is that people who are driving there are so inattentive that they don't realize they've completed the merge and can resume their speed. And so I believe that a sign trying to wake them up could be an extremely cost-effective method of greatly increasing the throughput on East Sir Francis Drake. Two other solutions that I think are very important. One is I proposed a temporary closure of the Industrial Way on-ramp to see what happens. It could have a tremendous improvement, and it may only be traffic largely from people trying to get around congestion on the freeway that have gotten onto Redwood Highway there. And so if they were stopped at Tamalpais, it might not have an effect. So that might have a very positive effect on Sir Francis Drake on the traffic light there. And finally, let's remember, where is all this traffic coming from? It is coming from the malls. There's a need for transportation demand management at these malls. That may mean dealing with employees, it may mean all kinds of things. I proposed trying to have shift times coordinated to not be at peak travel times. So there's a lot of things that can be done that have nothing to do with structural solutions on 101. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Chakowicz. I'm traveling that route back and forth daily. And in my opinion, the problem to resolve is in the Sunderford Richmond Bridge. I submitted that request some time ago that the Richmond Bridge should be studied to be striped to additional capacity, which is 3 lanes in both directions. Once you do that, in effect, I have a working group can start to do that tonight and we'll be done in 3 days. Thank you very much.
Cheryl Lancianotti, Corte Madera. I'm glad that the rest of the Marine Deserves Better bicycle pedestrian path was mentioned because it does have many elements. And the reason for that is because we endeavored to create a real network. We endeavored to create a system that, so that people will have access to the primary major paths, the Sandra Marker and the North-South Greenway. So all of those elements you see in the plan are important. So those paths, people can get to them. In the Netherlands, they found that the primary access points to in a gross town-wide or village-wide network should be about 500 meters apart. That's what we call porosity, and that's what we'd like to see if we could, so that people have access to the major paths.
Another point I'd like to make is that the POC does not just serve those neighbors around it. The red line here is a route, goes along Lucky Drive and crosses at the POC and then toward Larkspur Landing and so on. We haven't talked about, that's on the south side of Cornwood Creek. On the north side, there's a nice path there, but there's a significant hill. And many people coming from Ross Valley, Magnolia, they'll choose to go on the south side of the creek and use the pedestrian overcrossing rather than use the nice path on the north side, strictly because of the hill that's there on Elysium. Finally, you've heard that there'll be 275 students who need to cross 101 in the future. We can meet that demand with bicycle pedestrian infrastructure. That's been done in Portland. Between 1991 and 2008 in Portland, crossings over 4 major bridges increased by 8%. That entire increase was by bicycle. And that can be done similar here in Corte Madera if we create the network, an attractive, direct, connected network for bicycles and pedestrians. Thank you.
Two subjects. The first is I'm very glad to hear this group is really understanding and speaking about the need for the connector of the 580 and 101 in Santa Fe. With all due respect to our mayor from Santa Fe here, it's a very important reality. I live where I can actually see out of my kitchen window the Warnham Hump, and out of the other windows the traffic stopped every day, every morning and afternoon, inching its way along Sir Francis Drake where the one-lane roads go. I think the big elephant in the room that we are not able to address in this body, because it's not what the funding legislation was talking about, is Sir Francis Drake traffic. And I think the new studies that came out of the ferry, the smart station area plan came up with outstanding data on what's happening on Sir Francis Drake. I really think that this group, the best we can do is add the auxiliary lanes from the south side of Tamalpais up to the Warnham Hump, and then ask for studies that would redo both the Sir Francis Drake and the 101 interchange. My father, who's 91, says the problem is you come down from the Ross Valley, you have to stop at a stoplight to go north on 101. So huge volume of traffic has to stop there. We've never talked about that. We've never looked at that. There's huge backups at Berry Way at Bon Air. We've not really looked at any data about how to deal with that. I think there's going to be some kind of a solution that has to deal with both. Thank you.
Department Becker, Corte Madera. I've sat patiently listening to all of you and also to many of the residents in both Corte Madera and Martinsburg and beyond. I really want to say it again. 70% of the people who use the POC are bus commuters. If you take that down, you are going to go against the council's wishes in Lawrenceburg and Corte Madera, that they're trying to get the population out of their cars and using bikes or certainly buses. If you take the POC down, 70% of the people will have no way to take a bus, because if the bus stop is at Industrial Way, northbound, and Pfeiffer, southbound, across the freeway from one another as they are now, they would have to take a half-mile hike down to Burnham and a half-mile hike back up to Industrial, or vice versa. And that's just, they're not going to do it. You know, and for someone from San Anselmo thinking that it's just the people who live around Pfeiffer use the bus stop, that's not true. I've been there many, many times, and it is being used by people outside of both Corte Madera and Lawrenceburg. So I am just begging you tonight that you do not take down the POC. The handout that we got from TAM, item 6A, attachment 2, shows that the POC is there. No wonder we can't trust TAM because they say one thing on one side of their mouth and they do the other thing. Thank goodness for people like Dan and Katie for trying to find out more about and finding out that the PLC is destined for demolition. I heartily recommend this does not happen.
Cindy Winter. I'm working with Lorraine Deserves Better, but I'm also an MCBC member. Last January, I helped gather 1,150 signatures for the MCBC petition to preserve the pedestrian overcrossing. I am pleased and proud to be able to speak for the many I met who expressed disbelief, bafflement, indignation, and dismay when they heard TAM wants to tear down POC. I am disappointed today in MCBC. All I heard from them was about the North-South Greenway. These signatories may like the idea of the North-South Greenway. I do too. But the 1,150 did not sign on for that. I know from the locals that they have expected more prominent vocal recognition from MCBC, and that's why I'm calling your attention today to them on MCBC's behalf. Thank you.
Hi, Peter Chase from Court of Madera again. Again, it is your group's effort to work outside the build plan, and you witnessed the intransigence of the staff on some of their design issues, and I think it's really important for you guys to acknowledge that you are, in the end, responsible for promoting some ideas that you can send to the TAM board, and we'll support that if they really do result in a total agreement among you. I think that's important, and it's possible. I think you guys can come up with a reduced northbound plan, Mr. Marsh's plan with lanes that are choice and not full width with double lanes on the northbound, and still get people into the Ross Valley by relieving the backup further down the highway with the auxiliary lane. That will do the trick. Witness the freeway connections that occurred around the Bay Area through Richmond. When they did that, took half an hour off of my commute. Walnut Creek to 24 to 13, those freeway connections all resulted in significant changes in commute time. So I think that's a very important. So again, back to the headlines tomorrow, when you guys say that you're going to have as an agenda item for the future these freeway connections, you can't help but get a lot of support for that. And if you press the issue of getting the Richmond Bridge fixed, the access to the Richmond Bridge, freeway connection, I think you'll have a grateful and admiring community. Thank you.
Bob Ravazio, Court of Madera Town Council. Since it's now come up 2 meetings in a row, I just wanted to correct something. We have not seen any evidence ever that there is a sudden outburst of traffic from the malls at rush hour, which is causing the freeway congestion. We haven't received complaints about that. We have no information to that effect. If anything, our observations have been that it's actually a really good time to go to the malls in the late afternoon because you can get a parking space, which is different from what you see most of the day. And the problem is actually worse than when school is in session. And we believe that a lot of the problem comes from schools. But there isn't enough traffic coming out of those malls to create that problem. So I just wanted to correct that, let you know that we do pay attention to that stuff. It hasn't been a problem. Thank you.
I'm compelled to set the record straight. I just wanted to make sure all of you understood that the petition that was signed by the individuals that was just mentioned says we undersigned urge the town to prioritize safety for cyclists and pedestrians, include replacement overcrossing as part of the design of this project. That was before things had expanded as they have now, and when the opportunity arose to do projects outside of the existing built project, we began to set our sights on the North-South Greenway. I also wanted to point out that in the letter, in the first, second, third, fourth paragraph, it does in fact say that we, the four of us that are signatories to this letter, support either maintaining or replacing, depending on what circumstances arise, with the myriad of complexities that are before you with regard to the northbound options. Thank you.
And that concludes the public hearing. Thank you very much. We'll bring the discussion back now, and I think Carla, we can take 5 minutes. Okay, Carla's been waiting.
I'll wait 5 minutes.
Would you wait 5 minutes?
I'll be happy to
We
wait
would
5
so
minutes.
love to stay for it. All right, folks, thank you for sticking this out with us. It's always nice.
Think of that later. Don't make me laugh, Gary. That's it.
I think we are bringing it back to the working group now, and we'll start with Carla.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll try not to knock my water over.
Yeah.
Or yours,
Yeah.
Gary.
It's got to thoroughly here.
Okay. Okay, it looks like we're finally at a point where we're going to wrap this up. And so I just want to take this opportunity. I know it's been kind of a long process for a lot of us, but I really want to extend my thanks to you, Alice, for coming up with this idea to do this working group, and to Diane and to Bill, who have been patient through the process, and to all the consultants. I think we have 7 of them here right now that have been also available, and for all the citizens of the community who have been so loyal to turn up at these meetings as long as they are. I think it's been absolutely memorable that this issue has really brought people with such wonderful ideas, with such commitment, with passion to do what's best for their community. And I'm very grateful to have been a part of it. I just wanted to throw out a couple of my recommendations for the fellow members of the working group. First of all, and please correct me if I misheard, Kai, but I thought I heard you mention that if we were to create a northbound auxiliary lane from the Tamalpais overpass to Warren, that would help some. Correct? Good. Okay. So I would propose that we recommend that, number 1, to the TAM board. Also, that we could consider adding the southbound lanes that would help to mitigate the congestion. As was discussed in previous meetings, and as Dan Hilmer brought up today, really the crux of the problem lies with the need for the freeway connectors and improvements to the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. And that with all the work that the consultants have done, that the working group has done, that all the different citizen groups have done, we can't solve that problem. The root of the problem is somewhere else. We can only help to mitigate it. And I think that we can do that with adding the northbound and southbound auxiliary lanes. I propose that we keep Nellen open and allow the right turn from Pfeiffer onto Nellen southbound. I strongly recommend that we do not encourage, and we don't even allow that there be any braided flyover structures, any enormous concrete walls. We don't need it, and we shouldn't have it. I also think, and I think it's important, that we respond to the needs of our public in this, that we need to retain that pedestrian overcrossing. I don't want to see that removed with the promise that it's going to be replaced, and then it can't be replaced, or it can only be replaced at the cost of other people's personal property. So I want to retain the existing pedestrian overcrossing. Another thing that I think is important and that we really have had consensus on, and that is to create a completely safe, separate and conflict-free pedestrian and bike crossing at Tamil Vista and at Redwood Highway. And this can be done with surface crosswalks, traffic lights, but it is critical that pedestrians and bicyclists be able to cross underneath these busy streets. So I recommend consideration of the undercrossings. I think I mentioned this before. This is used, I know widely people have said in Boulder and in the Netherlands. I experienced it myself in Singapore, and it is terrific, and it's a safe, separate route for pedestrians and for bicyclists. And the other thing is that I'd like to address the bicycle concerns that have been proposed by Marin Deserves Better, and also that we include a phased-in plan for the completion of the north-south Greenway between the Sander Marker Trail and the Cal Park Tunnel. I think that if we consider all these, that's a huge accomplishment. I think it's a doable accomplishment, and I think it will really maximize everything that we possibly could be expected to do. And so, at any rate, this is my point of view. I would hope that my fellow members of the working group agree, but I really think that that we need to prioritize things, and I think that these really become our main priorities.
Yes, Fran.
A question with regards to the auxiliary lane or lanes, and can't remember exactly what the configuration was or where it started south of the Channel Plaza across that. Can you give me a sense of the degree to which that will improve traffic conditions?
The traffic conditions.
Whoever pays, naturally.
I can address that again, Matt Haynes. With regards to the auxiliary lanes in the northbound direction, the potential benefit of that is that it allows traffic getting on at the Town of Pius interchange to not have to merge onto the outer freeway lane and then interact with traffic that's going northbound to get off at Sir Francis Drake and Industrial. In short, the auxiliary lane from Town of Pius, whether it's from the loop on ramp or the diagonal on ramp up to Sir Francis Drake, would provide some benefit. We haven't studied it as a standalone project. We don't think it would provide all that much benefit in proportion to some of the other benefits between Warren and Sir Francis Drake, where you do have some of the leading activities that occur with the industrial on ramp, the traffic that is bound for northbound 101 interacting with traffic getting off to eastbound or westbound Sir Francis Drake. So some benefit of our initial census is not all that much.
And then was there any proposals that included an aux lane or an additional aux lane from Warren? Would there be an improvement there? Or how far along did it go? And I know it maybe we didn't go there. It's all getting mixed up at this point.
Sure. The auxiliary lane under the previous environmental alternative would go to the Warren off-ramp, but then continue to pick up, in essence, where the current off-ramp to Sir Francis Drake begins, so around the Warren River crossing.
And is that what you're talking about in terms of auxiliary lane all the way up?
Yeah, well, it's the part from Warnham to Sir Francis Drake's already there. And so it would be starting at Tamalpais and then connecting at Warnham.
And then I had one more question. On the 580, I'm wondering if as part of what we may be able to do or not do, is make some recommendations with regards to 580, 101 and potential improvements there. And I'm wondering if there's a way to take advantage of that lane, that third lane is not currently used, it's called a breakdown lane. I know that there are places, I think out on 580 East Bay and maybe I-95 where the breakdown lane is used, is opened up for commute traffic during commute hours. And I'm wondering if that might have some near-term, a short-term solution with some not very costly that might have some benefit in terms of relieving the congestion up there, which might send more people farther north to that exit. And then also, Diane, is there anything that can be talked about in terms of eastbound St. Francis Drake improvements?
We can engage in discussions regarding eastbound Sir Francis Drake improvements, getting on Richmond Sanderfeld Bridge, and your recommendation for the Richmond Sanderfeld Bridge. But we have nothing definitive we can state this time.
All right, so I got Brad.
So, if anyone else does have questions, I don't want to know those from but pardon me. If anyone on the working groups has questions, I don't want to interrupt those, but I have some motions that I'd like to make. So, if the group looks ready, I'll make a couple of them. I divided them up into different topics that made sense to me. I'm happy to have them amended if need be, and open to working with everybody on them. The first one that I'd like to start with is the bike ped alignment. And my motion would be that the working group make a recommendation to TAM that the north-south greenway with a new structure be the preferred alignment, that the second preferred alignment would be, this is for the bridge crossing over the creek. I apologize if I'm not entirely clear on all that. The second preferred crossing would be the existing trestle, if feasible. And the third would be the freeway alignment. And that in all events, that we would like to see the improvements on the east side of the Sir Francis Drake off-ramp made.
The widening on the east side, is that the strip on the dead camps?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Second, if it's appropriate. That is a motion, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, a
We have
second.
a motion, we have a second.
So, hold on a second. So, you're talking about that, and then what happens at industrial?
Well, so the existing facility on the east side of the Sir Francis Drake off-ramp, which is down to 3 feet or so at one point, all I'm really saying as a part of this motion is that we stick with the build plan on that in terms of widening that out on the bend cap so that there's access on that off-ramp.
Okay, but your greenway, you're saying railroad right-of-way all the way to
Yes.
Warnham. Thank you.
So Brad, you said, so you prioritize preferred alignments for the creek crossing.
Right, they were, number one was the north-south greenway
Right.
preferred option with the new structure.
Second.
Number two priority was on the existing trestle.
Right.
And number three is the freeway alignment.
Okay.
For the north-south greenway, that has to be the order.
Okay, so you didn't say do the north-south on the existing bridge structure, widen that 3-foot path regardless. You're saying that's your third.
I think we should do that regardless.
Okay, that's what I was clarifying.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. That's separate. So there's actually two pieces.
So there's two priorities.
Priorities.
Right? And one requirement.
Yes.
And so we still have a second.
But just to be clear, the reason why
If feasible.
Feasible. So we can have A or B, and regardless of whether it's A or B, C.
True.
All
So
right.
you're talking all the way down to Warren, you're not segmenting those sections, under crossings?
Correct.
I'm doing it just to Warren and Redwood Highway at this point, for this motion.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions of the maker of the motion? Yes.
I just wanted to mention that the bike communities that got together with their letter asked for environmental clearance to be made in 3 sections. Number 1, their first priority was under crossings. Number 2 was to clear Redwood Highway to behind the RV park. You know, I believe that's 1C, I think, is their alignment name for it. And then number 3 was Creek Crossing. Would you be willing to amend your motion to keep it in that order? Well, first of all, do support the undercrossings. And if we're going to do it in that order, I would then recommend that we do the priorities for the Creek Crossing as you mentioned.
We can do it that way. And if you want to do the undercrossing now, I was going to do it as a separate motion. But if you want to do it that way, we can do it that way. I can add in what I was going to say about that, which is like the same thing you're going to say.
So the fact that you got in the second motion didn't reflect any of the priorities, just.
No, just segmenting things up.
All right, well then I tell you what, maybe we'll just go with the motion as it stands and then we can tighten up the priority or the order in which we do things later. Okay, that's fine. Yep.
All right, any further comments or questions? Then I'm going to call a vote. All in favor of Brett's motion?
Aye.
Any objections? We have unanimity on that.
Bravo!
The next motion I'd like to make is related to the undercrossings. And I believe that, well, I'll just say the motion. I move that we recommend to the TAM board that if safe, environmentally possible, and economically feasible, that undercrossings are preferred through Warren to the Santa Monica Trail. If it is not safe, environmentally or economically feasible, that we institute the surface safety measures to the greatest extent possible, including the ones that Mr. Parisi outlined today.
I'll second that.
All right, any questions, any comments?
I do. I would like to make it clear that we would expect a really good faith effort to try to make them feasible. So I would like that to be added to the motion.
I have no problem with that. Thank you.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? None, we have another consensus.
The next item that I carved out, which made sense to me to carve out, was the pedestrian overcrossing. And my motion would be that the preferred option would be to maintain the existing overcrossing with ADA improvements. That the next option would be to go with a new overcrossing of either A or B in the materials today.
Do we have, I would like to suggest an amendment.
Sure.
I'd almost rather not specify one of the alignments as alternative crossings as presented today, because I just don't, I'm thinking there may be even a better alternative, maybe they didn't do all the right.
So would it be better if the motion was that, that the group recommends to TAM that we maintain the existing overcrossing with ADA improvements?
Right.
If feasible. If not feasible, simply maintain the existing overcrossing. And if that is not feasible, then to pursue another overcrossing.
I'll second
Yes.
that.
I have a question.
The motion is seconded. Questions or
I have a
comments?
question.
Yes.
I'm with you with regard to the motion, but I thought I heard, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I heard that as soon as we start to, I'll say, tinker with the overcrossing, then we've got a major issue. It's not just ADA, it's structurally, and it's a variety of things that, and if we want to explore that, I'm all for it, because I'm in favor of keeping the bridge. I'm just wondering if we qualify with the ADA is going to rule it out. Would you, in other words, be in favor, would we be in favor of keeping it as is if ADA cannot be adopted?
Maybe what you bring a valid point up. Maybe what we do is we simply change the motion to be that we recommend to TAM that they maintain the existing structure, and if that is not possible, then it be replaced with a similar structure in the same location, or close to the existing location. That's feasible. Sure. Is that acceptable? Or?
But then, doesn't that, then if you're going to replace it and it becomes an ADA issue, isn't that when it's going to end up taking private property because of the excess span that is going to be required?
It appears that might be one of the results of looking at the drops that we saw in ADS.
Well, what about, could we just propose that we support, thank you, preserving the overcrossing and putting forth efforts to make it ADA compliant if feasible, period, and just leave it like that.
Does the group support that?
Well, if I may, anything else? I'm of the opinion that we probably need to talk about the northbound bill first, because it seems to me that that is going to determine how we might approach voting.
That's
the
fair.
motion.
That's fair. So let's move. Let me give you the last one that I have, and then I'll be done. For the northbound 101, I would move that we recommend to the TAM board that there be an auxiliary lane added from Talon Pius, that the TAM board consider studying the 101-580 interchange and commencing work to help so that will help alleviate the problems, and also that the county and/or TAM consider widening East Sir Francis Drake to 2 lanes in the county area where it's only 1 now, and explore improving the merging options on the 580. Again, I'm happy to have amendments and changes, but I'm throwing that out there.
I would just suggest, with respect to the 101-580 interchange, that we start working with San Rafael, with the TAM board, and other communities with the northbound 101, eastbound 580 portion of that interchange.
And I'll just comment, I'm more inclined, I think San Rafael, I'm more inclined. I'll just comment with regard to the 580, which is a little bit of it. We've talked around the edges, but certainly not to any substantial degree. So I'm a little unprepared, I would suggest, with regard to this aspect. At the same time, having said that, I, for one, am open to that discussion. Going the other way is another matter. Of course, we had some significant heartburn here, and I share that with regard to the 30 feet. The other direction is 90. If you're talking about LA, you're talking 90. So I have some reservation about getting into that issue at this point. Not to say that it shouldn't be discussed, but I think it clouds the issue as we're now addressing northbound. It's going to get people excited. So I would encourage you not to include that element.
Not to include which?
Any reference to 580 at this point in time. I don't think that was the charge of this committee, which was more isolated on Greenbrae 101.
I think let's let people talk about that.
I actually want to have a couple comments, because I won't be able to support the motion as made unless I get some more clarification from staff here regarding the auxiliary lane as the only northbound improvement. My sense is it actually won't make a significant difference in terms of relieving congestion for all traffic going all the way through 101 in San Rafael and beyond, for Ross Valley traffic, or potential, and it won't take care of the safeties. This project in total is supposed to improve connectivity for bike, ped, transit, and ferry. That's a primary goal, and it's also the second goal, and equally as important, is to address freeway congestions and safety issues. And I just don't think standalone auxiliary lane is going to do much. And I don't, on principle, I would not be able to support that, and I would like to float a competing motion, but I'm sure it might die for a second, but maybe not.
Maybe one way to do this would be, if you agree that auxiliary lane would be good, then you could go along with this one, and then you could have that competing motion with the extra items that you'd like to. Would that be acceptable?
Not if that's all that gets moved on, is my vote supporting an auxiliary lane option only, because I think that's sensible message. So I would make a second motion, and I'm losing my Robert's Rules of Order here.
Can you just explain what your motion might be?
I would move to recommend the Brad Marsh revised option as a northbound option, preferred option if it gets explored a little further, pans out, and that's what I would recommend.
So that this is a substitute version.
No one seconded mine yet, so we're still.
I'll second Brad's motion.
Okay, so now you've got a motion in a second. Thanks to Dana.
Could we have the motion read once again? I'm clear to the constant.
Okay.
And then
There are 4 components, or 4.5 components. The first is that there would be an auxiliary lane from Pius north. The second is that we ask TAM and the appropriate officials to study the 101 580 interchange for another possible congestion solution. The third aspect is that we ask the county and Caltrans to consider widening East Sir Francis Drake to 2 lanes, which as now changed from 2 to 1, to widen that aspect to 2 lanes, and also to study additional options to allow traffic to merge better onto the 580.
And you seconded that?
I seconded that.
Okay.
yes, Diane.
Thank you. Brad, I think the idea you came up with was really interesting. I don't think I can support this. This to me is just simply the TAM bill with the on-ramp or the off-ramp shifted. It doesn't solve what's going on down where the off-ramp meets 101. I still am not convinced, I'm sorry, where the off-ramp means East of Francis Drake, and it's 7:35. All I need are cookies. We will still have the backup. And with this revised marsh plan or with the TAM bill plan, all of a sudden you've got all the Ross Valley traffic on these separated lanes mixed in with all of the backup of traffic trying to get to the Richmond Bridge.
It's not in his motion.
Yeah, I just want to be clear.
Right, I'm just talking about, I was actually kind of referring to Katie's. So, I'm really concerned with going back to the TAM plan or the revised marsh plan as a quote-unquote solution. I don't see a solution. All I see are piecemeal changes we can make, like the auxiliary lanes. it's something we haven't talked about for a few months, is the concept of if you build it, they will come. It's called induced demand. If you increase capacity, more people will take that roadway. And some studies have shown that you get about 80% increase, or within about 4 to 5 years, you get about back up to almost 80% of where you were. I'm sorry, I'm not even saying this well. About 80% of that extra capacity is used up within 4 to 5 years. We've got to figure out a larger solution for this area. I believe it will come from many different solutions. I think 580-101 is something we absolutely need to look at. And I think, at that point, maybe we need to come back and look at the Greenbrae interchange and some of these ramps in the Greenbrae corridor. And remember, we did have Winsor's Better had concept for one of the ramps in the Greenbrae interchange. We were told, you can't touch that ramp because it has 20 years of life left on it. There are all kinds of things that enter into this that limit what we can do. So I think the study needs to be bigger than just the Greenbrae corridor. Let's see. Anyway, I'll leave it at that, but I would support Brad's motion.
We'll support it.
And I'd like to amend my motion to move that we recommend the Brad Marsh revised option pending further studies of feasibility, and additionally recommend that TAM board work with the various jurisdictions on Easter Francis Strait improvements.
All right, it's my memory that you didn't get a second.
It might die for lack of a second.
So you could offer it as a revision, so it doesn't really conflict with Brad. Brad doesn't conflict his motion. I just add on TAM work on.
Just make sure I understood what the proposal was.
Recommending Brad Marsh revised.
Microphone.
Recommend the Brad Marsh revised plan handing out engineering wise, that one. Plus, and in addition, recommend that the TAM board explore improvements to Easter Francis Strait as an added project to that, to deal with those 2 lanes turning right and those capacity issues.
So I just want to say that I really appreciate what you're trying to do, and that I'll admit that for a moment I was tempted by the revised plan, and not just because it had my name attached to it, but because I can see that there may have been some benefit to that. I can't accept that as a friendly amendment, only because first of all, I don't think that that's what the group will vote on, but also because I don't support the revisions that were made completely. You saw, and I know that we've been on the same page throughout a lot of this. I wish that there was something in between that and an auxiliary lane, but I've been told it doesn't exist.
Well, and I appreciate that, Brad. And I would say I actually thought that your proposal did do something significant. It removed the Warna off-ramp, and that was significant, and that was something that the public really wanted to see addressed. So I thought it was a noble effort, and when the traffic engineers looked at it and saw some real hope, they had to do some modification. I thought it had legs, and so I appreciate that. And again, I do think that we have to be concerned about, my concern is if we're not doing anything to address traffic congestion, we're impacting an entire county. And I'm not sure the auxiliary lanes are going to do much to improve the conditions out there.
All right, so would you repeat the motion that's on the floor in a second? Yes.
I appreciate a clarification, and that is, perhaps I misunderstood, because I think your plan is so designated. Your plan has, it's interesting, but I thought that it was substantially discounted because of the lack of distance, creating another weaving aspect. And if my understanding is incorrect, I'd like to know that. Otherwise, I'm going to have some trouble because we're trying to, this whole thing started in many ways with weaving.
Are you asking about the Brad Marshall?
I am. Yes, I am.
So there
Well, it's an element of it, though.
It's the Brad not revised.
Well,
So there was a plan that I floated at the last meeting, which was much simpler than the revised plan. That is not my revisions. Those were the revisions that I appreciate TAM staff working hard to try to make into a reality. But it wasn't my revisions that were part of the revised plan. My plan was just to get rid of an off-ramp and get rid of an on-ramp. And I was told that the weaving distance and those other aspects of it made it no good. And I also tried to think about a way to move the on-ramp up, or move it south in order to, put it on the other side of the border. And I was told that I couldn't do that either. So that plan is not viable as I understand it.
So, but it's not part of your motion? Your friendly amendment?
That project that he first, it's the revised project, so it's this.
It is that. But are there still issues with that?
This plan up here, this revised plan,
yes,
as best I understand it, someone correct me if I'm wrong, TAM has said it could work pending a little bit more diligence. So it's not a final answer, but it looked like it could work.
And that's Kate's motion.
But that wasn't part of the motion.
That's not part of my
Well,
motion.
it's Kate.
It's what she asked me to amend, and I politely declined.
So you don't think it's a good idea?
I don't support it. I wanted to support it, and really what I wanted to do was to support something in between that and nothing.
Correct.
And I tried hard to do that.
Okay, thank you. And in which case, your motion is still four-part, and I'm going to have a hard time voting in favor of it because of the 580 reference. Again, it's sort of catching us a little bit by surprise on this, and I'm not saying that I'm not inclined to go ahead and look at these things. That's my nature. But as a recommendation to the entire TAM board, at this late hour, it seems like it's a little out of place.
So are you seconding
Why don't we vote on
Katie's?
Say again?
Are you seconding Katie's motion?
No.
Can we just take a vote on Brad's, the way it's stated?
So we have a motion and a second.
I promise to work very hard with you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take a punch in the nose if necessary.
Okay, I call for a vote on this.
All right, someone call the question. We can either vote on calling the question or we can vote on the motion. I suggest we vote on the motion. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
4 yes, 2 yes. All right, is that in package, Brad, or because sort of
The last thing that we have, I believe, is the POC, which we tabled off for this discussion. You heard my outline before. It was basically keep the existing one. I'm sorry. I have to hold it, and I don't always hold it right. I apologize. I can't remember where we ended up with, to be honest with you on that. We had talked about it a little bit, and I think what I recall is that we wanted to maintain the existing structure as the preference, and that I think we were going to leave it at that. I'm not sure exactly.
The other part was, and it's not possible to find replace, because you had to.
Okay,
Something is-
Might I suggest that since we didn't get a majority vote to go with the TAM bill or the revised marsh, we can retain the POC, but perhaps we could add language that we would like to seek ADA improvements to the POC if possible.
Will the maker of the motion accept that?
I can accept that.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any, you want to discuss it? Yes, Katie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't want the POC to come down, and I don't think we want to lose existing, safe, separate connectivity. I think that the existing POC is not perfect, but I understand why people do not want it to be watched. I would prefer to see a different POC, but more importantly, I just am not willing to say we're never going to make improvements to relieve congestion around the existing, because we need to keep the existing POC in place.
Okay, so maybe I have another motion to make after this one. Hopefully you can support this one, but I think there is another feeling that we all have. But if there's no more comments on it.
Point of information, is there a conflict between adding an auxiliary lane and retaining the POC?
I don't
have to answer that before voting.
No,
you realize that, don't you?
All right, we're going to vote on this. Thank you for your comment. We have a motion and a second for the alternative ways of addressing the POC. All in favor? Anyone opposed? No. All right, that motion carries.
I'm sorry, it was a motion to maintain the POC.
No, I thought it was a two-part motion.
What is this saying, and make ADA improvements if possible, that was it.
All right, why don't you state your motion?
Well, I would like to get something that we all agree on. So, what will it take, just on the POC, what will it take? I mean, you want it to an add-on that is, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about Mike. Do you want another section that says that if at some future time it has to be demolished for whatever reason, we support the construction of a new one at or in the same place? Is that what I thought I heard, more or less?
I actually like the very first motion. The very first, we had a three-part POC recommendation. It was maintain, we prefer to maintain the existing overcrossing if feasible. If not possible to maintain the existing POC, replace it with like a pine, something somewhere. And then I would add 3, and if future congestion relief improvements demand taking down the POC, that I can't tie us up forever around with the POC. So I would support, yes. If not possible to maintain the existing POC, try to replace it.
And also, in order to try to get a unanimous vote on this, because I think we're close, I'd like to ask Caroline.
Yeah, the one concern that I have is that when we put that provision in, I'm afraid that it might give the impression that we are offering latitude to remove the POC. And I'm wondering if we can't just be simple about it with the way that you proposed it, that we preserve the POC and with every effort, if feasible, to make it ADA compliant, and then just leave it like that.
And just to kind of ask a follow-up question on that, I mean, does it hurt us to put in a statement that if it ever has to come down, that we want it replaced with something near it? And, is there a way for us to be able to say it, that says that we like what we have, but if it has to come down, we want something even better, without upsetting the gist of what you're trying to say?
Right, except that I think that when you do that to replace it, then you're talking about taking private property perhaps, or moving it somewhere where it might not be as convenient. I just don't know if we're opening ourselves up to something that we don't want.
Carla, it's a recommendation, and your ADA improvements might require taking property. And I would ask Bradley to add, like we did with the undercrossings, replace it economically, environmentally, economically feasible.
Yeah, but
what I'm concerned about is our global pie of money that's available resource to do all this stuff. So what would help me maybe after we've gone through all these elements is prioritize. what are the most important things, because that will also send a signal as to what things we want addressed first as resources become available. So I would suggest that's a conversation after we get all these pieces put on the table.
If I understand correctly, please tell me if I'm wrong on this, but with the existing POC, we're offering to do what we can, if possible, to make it ADA compliant. But doesn't the law state that because it is existing, that that isn't part of the requirement? And having said that, I would recommend, if there were a totally separate thing, that at the end of its lifespan, that then to, perhaps go with what you were suggesting, Katie, that we build something similar in the similar location. But I'm just concerned that, as I said, that we're just leaving the door open to lose the POC.
May I just add that we're an advisory to the TAM board. So we're not a decision-making body that's deciding on the POC for the next 50 years. So let's just simply say the working group advises retaining the existing POC. Fix it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You took the words out of your mouth. I mean, we are not going to dictate for the next 20 years to what happens there. We're no different than the next group down the road that may have different views. So I think you're exactly right.
I'm sorry, it puts me in it's a statement made in such isolation, it puts me in a tough spot. If I can qualify my vote, that yes, I would like to see the POC remain, as long as you folks out there in the public understand that if it comes down to, and we have some proposal that comes up in the future that we can all really get behind, and it means that the POC has to come down, then you're not going to make it even worse, because you hear what I'm saying. I don't want it to be the block, to be the blockage to making future improvements for safety and congestion. I'm sorry. So I'll support it, but I think I'm clear with what I'm thinking. I don't want the POC to come down, but I don't want it to be a stumbling block for any improvements in the future.
Can I answer a question on that? And it relates to David's question. I have a question with regard to the compatibility of the previous motion that talked about the auxiliary lane and maintaining the POC. Are those two possible, or do we have an inherent inconsistency from which we're going to have to make a judgment?
I think the answer, certainly staff can answer that, but I think it really just depends on where we decide the auxiliary lane ends. And most of the people that I've heard talking about it have just tried to marry the on-ramp at Tamalpais on northbound 101 to where the existing right-hand lane on northbound 101 already expands into two. That's the most common thing that I've heard.
And that may be the case. That's why I'm asking. I'm not positive of that. Do we know that or not?
Yeah, that fifth lane starts at the Warden Hump.
Right.
So I know there have been lots of talk about auxiliary lanes, the auxiliary lane from Tamalpais Drive, and every time I've heard it referred to, it goes from the southernmost Tamalpais Drive on-ramp to the Warden Hump where that fifth lane currently starts.
Right.
So all it is it's creating that fifth lane all the way from Tamalpais Drive.
I think the motions are consistent, but I'm going to be correct.
I just raised the question. I don't know.
So now, not to put a stumbling block on the way, yes, which is where we're going. I would like to point out, should it turn out not to be true, that you can build an auxiliary lane and keep the existing POC. We are not providing an alternative that supports replacing the POC.
Correct.
And that's the value of having that statement as really just a matter of being pragmatic rather than being political.
Well, there's a huge cost-benefit issue here. As I said, we've got a $20 million asset there with POC. I don't want to send a message that I'm okay with them destroying that asset and spending $25 million to rebuild it 20 feet further south or further north or wherever. I would like my statement to say, I prefer that we keep what we have. It works fairly well.
There's a motion and a second. I will call the question now. All in favor? Yes.
I think you're the one who rephrased it the last time. Go ahead. No, it was Diane.
Yes. That the working group advises that we retain the existing POC.
Right, that's it.
Period. Pedestrian and overcrossing.
And then we do have a second.
I'll restate the second.
Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? Motion carries unanimously.
So I'm all out of motions.
Did we get the other crossing?
Oh, the other crossing motion? Is that one still tabled?
We were going to see where we were going with this. I think we tabled that the POC discussion.
Okay, so I'll read what I said before and then we can discuss that. If safe, environmentally and economically feasible, an undercrossing at one was preferred. If not safe, environmentally possible or economically feasible, then we would encourage the design to include as many safety elements as possible, including those that were presented by Mr. Parisi tonight. And then Diane first had asked that we make it especially clear that we wanted this to all be done in very high good faith.
Two under crossings, right, along Warren.
We already did this.
So I rescind all that.
It was consistent, but it was consistent. All right, I thought there was something that you put off until after the discussion.
Prioritization, I want to just, since I'm still talking, I'll stop in a minute. I apologize for talking like the last 20 minutes, but I do want to say that this has been a very interesting process, and that I really do wish, I sincerely wish, that we had been able to find a solution for North Bend that was a more measured solution, that was in between sort of the revised plan that got named after me and just an auxiliary lane. I really do wish that. I saw that this whole time, and I regret that we weren't able to do that.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for that, Brad. I think all the members of the working group have put in a lot of time. There have been members of the public that have put in a tremendous amount of time trying to come up with a better solution. And I also would echo what Brad said. It's frustrating that, it's come down to this. That being said, there are a few other things that have been brought up. Carla brought one up just a few minutes ago that I would like to put on the table. That is to create a right turn from eastbound Pfeiffer on the southbound Nellen. That would really help to direct some of the large square traffic that's trying to get to the east side of the freeway. It allows them to get down to Warren without having to go through that awful Tampa Vista Warren intersection. So I'd like to propose that we recommend the TAM board to allow a right turn, to build a right turn lane on the Pfeiffer to southbound Nellen.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I'm wondering about crossing, so then they get down to Warren and they have to turn left, right? So there'll be a new stoplight there. I would like to understand the implications of that. I understand what you're requesting, but without knowing what the impact's going to be on the traffic there, we need to know.
Okay, then.
I would, thank you. I would agree with that. I'm not sure that we've said it in any substantial agreement, not disagreeing necessarily. I'm just saying that I don't know, we haven't.
Can we qualify a pending?
I'm sorry?
Can we qualify a pending further analysis?
Or rather than recommend
Well, how
it,
can you
why don't
recommend
we
it
ask
if
for
we
a
have,
study?
we haven't really wrestled with the issue? I suppose we could recommend it be studied. If it's important to you, I would support that. But I just can't vote in favor of that recommendation.
Then I will amend to say recommend further study on that.
All right, is that a motion?
Second.
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 Second. Any objections? The motion to study this further. Are there any other comments or concerns? Yes.
Just one. That if we could go back to the sorry. I would just suggest if we could go back to the TAM board that we did not support any graded flyover structures, either southbound or northbound, and that also we do not support massive retaining walls that are facing neighborhoods or blocking views.
I think that's on the record. I just want to confirm that the southbound recommendations that we're looking for identified for further study are part of the recommendation to the TAM board.
All right, any further comments?
Do we want to send any recommendations with regards to priorities? Because in terms of, I think, bike-ped improvements, because there are limited resources, and I'm asking the group.
Make a suggestion on priorities.
I would suggest first and foremost the grade separated undercrossings piece, and then the north-south greenway and segments. Try to launch them all at the same time in terms of the environmental, but recognize they may not all get through. Those are the two main things. I don't know that there's going to be enough money out there to do everything at once, and I would like.
So basically bike ped first.
Bike ped first, and then bike ped the undercrossing and what we can do there through Warren, that segment first, because that's the biggest segment.
Make a motion.
That's my motion.
I'll second.
The motion is seconded for discussion.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So we're saying grade separated undercrossings would be the first priority, the rest of the north-south Greenbrae short of the creek, and then crossings, is that?
No, the north-south greenway segment from Redwood Highway to crossing the creek, it's got 3 segments basically, right? And actually, as sort of recommended by the TAM board or by the NCDC to launch that all at the same time, to recognize they may not all pan out each segment environmentally or economically, but to pursue it. But I think the most urgent need is to make the improvements safety-wise at Warren for get aligned with those kids.
Then I think what the bicycle community actually asked is for all 3 to proceed through environmental clearance, and they would be phased in as funds allow. I mean, that was my understanding. And I had it written down that the undercrossings would be implemented first, Redwood Highway to behind the RV park with kind of a cut over to Redwood Highway would be the second phase, if you will. And then the third segment would be the creek crossing. But we had wanted the environmental clearance for all, so
Launch all at the same time. Again,
so study it, but build it in that priority order as funds allow. Would that satisfy?
If the funds allow that to happen.
That's the What we had, my motion wasn't necessarily with respect to the order that they were explored. It was
priorities on the bike ped. I wasn't differentiating between whatever other improvements get made on the highway. It was mostly with regards to the bike ped because I just don't see all the money being there all at once to do everything, and I wanted to establish.
So your motion is as made, I said.
Yeah, actually, it's, as you make.
Okay.
Diane,
So,
it pretty much echoes.
okay, so we're asking for the bike ped component that we had previously discussed to be cleared environmentally, but be phased in as funds allowed in the following order. First priority is the intercrossings, safe and separate, along Warnham.
So the Sandra marker to Redwood Highway.
Set Sandra marker to Redwood Highway along Warnham. Second priority would be the multi-use path from Redwood Highway to, what was it specific?
It's south
To
side.
the south side of the creek, essentially. And then the third priority would be the creek crossing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Do we all understand the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? Motion carries. So that's one set of priorities.
Boy, I hate to bring up the sticky wicket, but I'm going to throw this out there anyway, because it's something I've been trying to do since 2009. You know, the Red Deserves Better group, Maureen, can you wave to us? She's standing in front of these two boards back there. Those are all various bike ped elements of the proposal by Red Deserves Better. And it's after 8 o'clock, and I'm kind of guessing we're not going to get to each of these individual elements. But I think there are some improvements that really need to be made in the area, and they span different jurisdictions. It's simple, some of them are very simple. It's like, you know, this little dirt pathway really should be a paved path. You know, it's maybe 6 feet long. You know, many of them are very simple, some not so simple. I'm going to throw one out there that's over there on the board as a phase 2. And that is a bike ped overcrossing near Tamalpines Drive. Okay, you heard somebody today, one of the members of the public, talk about crossing. I think it was one of the teenagers, talk about crossing the freeway on-ramps on a bicycle. It's really frightening. You know, I've seen people out there with strollers trying to cross the freeway on-ramp right over there by Macy's, and then also on the southwest corner closest to Pete's. We need a better connection, and we need that connection to provide safe and separate bike ped, but also serve the bus riders, because getting down to those bus stops is really awful. So I would encourage people to look over there at the Red Deserves Better Phase 2 and see if we can't back burner this. I know it's not going to be anytime soon, but I would like to make a recommendation that this be kind of put in the pipeline for study as, you know, something that TAM board really needs to consider for a future project.
So this is a motion to study the Tamalpines overcrossing.
Put it in a pipeline for a separate project. I don't know how you want me to word that, but it would not be part of this project. It would be more of a longer term vision. But I don't want to see it languish, because I think it's important. That's a dangerous area. People ride buses a lot in that area. It's well used. We could combine it with bike ped. I think we could really make a terrific facility there. So perhaps Diane could suggest a wording that would place this in the pipeline, the planning pipeline, if you will.
Well, we're just making a recommendation to TAM, so we can phrase it as a recommendation that we know.
I'm okay with her language on the record.
Say what?
I'm okay including her language that's on the record as part of the recommendation.
All right, just study this. Is that a second? That was a motion and a second. Do I have 2 yeses? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? None.
And then finally, I mean, yeah, there's a ton of stuff here, but I don't, you know, it's after 8 o'clock, we're not going to do it.
I did want to get right back a little bit to the legislative intent. The legislative intent does talk about getting a multi-use path to connect up the Cal Park Hill Tunnel with the Sandersville Transit Center. And Mr. Hilmer and Mr. Phillips, you talked about the smart, giving some funding to SMART. I don't think I am ready to give money to rail, but I think the intent of the R2 legislation clearly says pathway. So do we want to in any way recommend anything having to do with extending the pathway to the transit center in Sandersville?
What we're talking about now is actually out of the scope of the Greenbrae project that this working group is formed to make recommendations about, but shouldn't we make recommendations about anything?
Well, it's in the legislative intent, and I want to throw it to Larkspur and ask them.
Well, it's just, let's get clarification from council on legislative intent, and we can include language that reinforces that aspect that's included in legislation. I think referencing the legislation itself is a good idea.
Okay, let's just simply reference it and that be the end of it. That's perfectly fine.
I think that's okay. I also want to include on the record a copy of a letter from that was submitted to our city council when we took the Greenbrae corridor 101 project up at our council meeting on August 21st. This was a letter from Barbara Saltzman and the Law Society. I want to include that in the record of this meeting because I think she identifies many issues that are very significant with respect to the environmental review that would be very helpful for us to know and understand. And I want to be fair to Barbara and include this part of her.
Dan, did you want to make a comment? Dan, did you? Or Dan number one?
Good day.
Good Dan.
Thank you, Chair Fredericks. Again, Dan McElroy with Caltrans. I just want to take an opportunity before we close to certainly thank the working group for a terrific process and as part of the environmental phase for this important project decisions. Thank the community. The involvement's been really fantastic. A lot of variety, a lot of alternatives brought to the project team. I didn't have to say much today because the project team expertise was so well done. I want to thank the project team on behalf of Caltrans as well. And we look forward to working with the TAM board and TAM staff and all of these. We continue towards these important decisions here in the next few months on this RM2 project. And thank you all for your support and input on bicycle, pedestrian, mobility, congestion relief, and safety on the 101 corridor. Overall, I hope that for those who are still here at 8:20, feel good about the process overall. I think there's some excellent win-win done here by the working group, so thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation also, Dan. And thanks the members of the public, too. I know as many hours as I spent as a non-engineer trying to understand these projects, I was just astounded at the number of alternatives the group could come up with. You know, I'm sorry to say, as I said at the beginning, there still is no silver bullet. We have congestion, we have to address it. We have safety issues, we have to address it. We have bike ped needs that we really want to meet. We want to keep those kids safe. And we're just going to have to keep at it. This is not to invite you to spend hundreds of hours more redesigning every project, but I would really appreciate everyone staying involved. Thank you very much.
I think the working group should give the public a round of applause.
And staff, thank you very much.
recommendations look like? Does the working group have the ability to, take a look at it and make, make suggestions before it gets to the table board? That was actually what was in the charter.
Yeah, according to the charter, the working group will be making their recommendation. The team board will obviously summarize from the minutes all that you've recommended, and the executive director may make a differing recommendation. That's what the charter says.
But will the working group be able to see the actual document before it makes it to the table board? I mean, can we just see a draft? This is all I'm really asking for.
Recommend absolutely.
Thank you.
And are we adjourned? Thank you.